And welcome to the 2025 National Autosport Association Championships from Ozarks International Raceway. Special thanks to Hawk Performance, Toyo Tires, TrackDayTire.com, OG Racing, Action Sports Canopies, Lifeline Fire, Haggerty Motorsports, Toyota, Midland USA, Livery, Riot, and Riot Motorsports. Well, hello, everybody. I'm Edwin Pardue, Kelsey Hill working the Paddock and garage area, and there you get an overview of this amazing overhead shot of this Ozarks International Raceway. In addition to having our first time championship here at Ozarks, we're debuting something brand new, NASAChamps.live. That's where you're watching our coverage, a revolutionary live streaming platform. And literally, it puts you in the director's chair. Let me just touch on a few things, and we'll have more information as we go along. But 20-plus live cameras, and you can decide which one you want to use. You want to follow a favorite driver, you've got a corner that you like, you can actually go on and you can pick what you want. You can get real-time live timing. So you can follow a favorite driver. Additionally, as we continue, we'll add driver profiles and bios. You know what happens at the racetrack? The schedule always changes. Well, now you'll have live schedule updates. So much fun, interactive fan chat coming. All these different options for you. Or you can just click home, watch the whole broadcast, see it as we go along, and Kelsey and I can give you the info throughout the day. So super excited. Again, just debuting as you're tuning in right now, and it's NASAChamps.live. So super excited about what we're doing here. But guys have been here all week. Folks were setting up on Wednesday, a couple guys testing on Thursday, and then Friday we go into qualifying sessions, and now we're ready to go with our first qualifying race, and that is for Group C. How they finish in this qualifying race will set the field for them for tomorrow's championship event. All right, Group C, American Iron Extreme, the Spec E46, Spec E30, and 944 Spec cars all in this session. So how did we set the field for today's qualifying race? Well, yesterday, 2 qualifying sessions. The first one, right after lunch, we had some light rain. Only about half the field opted even go out and put down the time, and nobody really laid down a quick lap. So all of these qualifying laps actually happened in the later session towards the end of the day, and that's how they set the field for the afternoon. We should see these guys coming on track here in just a little bit. Now, we'll have 2 things. The first group will be a flying start, and then the second group in a standing area. So that's how we'll go here with Group C. American Iron American Iron Extreme, strong entry, and American Iron. Spec E46. You know, those spec classes are some of the closest, tightest racing that we'll see each weekend. And we talk about this E46 and the E30 both in this class, and the 944 spec. So that's what you're going to see here in this qualifying race, again, to determine the starting order for tomorrow. Let's look at 944 spec. A couple drivers we want to watch. The 47 car of Sean Taylor, Jeremy Pullman. These guys are leading the championship so far down in the NASA Mid-South region, so we'll look for those guys to really be the leaders here, but somebody could sneak up on them. Let's go to American Iron. NASA's Carmine Pace, Bruce Byerly, Patrick Waymayer. They're some of the AI veterans, and we'll take a look at those. Jay Andrew, Bob Collins out of the Great Lakes area. Couple other guys, a Rocky Mountain guy, Joe's Bogatech and his Camaro. So that one's sort of wide open in our American Iron. So we're looking forward to it. The neat thing about this, and we'll tell you more and more about this racetrack as we go through the weekend, but it's huge. 3.97. You get an idea right there looking across. That is the front straightaway. You see the start-finish line. 3.97 miles. 19 turns, originally advertised as 1,200 feet of elevation change. Well, they went back, remeasured a little bit tighter, and it's over 1,490 feet of cumulative elevation change in a single lap. And you are either working the steering wheel or the car going up and down. several places with some real compression areas. I got to go for a ride yesterday in the pace car. It just gives you a huge idea. So we've got racing coming up in just a little bit, but right now we'll give you the starting lineup shortly. But let's go down, let's catch some interviews and find out what's going on down in the paddock and pit area. Kelsey? There you are, gridding up. So cars are getting gridded up, and they'll roll them out in a minute. Let's go ahead and do a starting lineup here. American Iron Extreme, Thomas Neighbors, the 113, leading the way. Brian Fessler in the 018 car. That's your front row for American Iron Extreme. Robert Shaw, the 22 car, will go third, and the other Team Fessler machine, the number 1 car, goes fourth. Row 3, Derek Carter is in the 24. And then Nick Paddock in the 41. That's your American Iron Extreme. Carmine Pace in the 11X and Bruce Byerly, who we mentioned earlier in the 77. They're that front row for American Iron. And then it's Marcos Rodriguez and Jay Andrew in the 11. In the next row, Dave Lucas in the 37. Bob Collins set to roll in the 118. And then Isaiah Haynes, the 20 HP, next to Brian Haynes in the 86. And then the 65, that's Joe Bogatech, final car in American Iron. Spec E46, the 41 of Greg Hartman, and the Team Mick Blue, car number 76. They lead the way in Spec E46. Jason Reich in the 775 and Jeremy Evans in the 112. They'll be in the second row for Spec E46. Bill Griffin, he's in car number 46, and Cargie Yilmaz in the 100X. That's your Spec E46 field. The 895 of Calvin Rowe, the 47 Sean Taylor, and Jeremy Pohlman in the 53 will make up our 944 Spec team. Those will all be in a flying start. And then our Spec E30 cars, they'll be a standing start in the second wave. Up on the front row, you'll see the 12 of Garrett Maines and the 65X of Clay Pierce. Team Garagistic in the 6 car and Cliff Pierce in the 91, and then the Sean Aaron car 33. That's the final group. That is the Spec E30 field. And again, standing start for those guys. Man, take a look at that. Again, it just gives you the huge expanse. Again, yesterday, the owner, James, took me for a ride around this track, and we've got some great shots and great camera angles. In fact, with the new NASAChamps.live, you can pick which camera you want to watch the most, but you'll get a real appreciation for some of the elevation changes that's going on here. And it is. The drivers are working all the time. A lot of drivers were their first time here, so they use that that test day on Thursday just to get an idea of this track. And we saw lots of drivers as they went through the weekend, they're building speed to set this. Where you finish in this will determine where you start tomorrow. You've heard the starting lineup. They're going to roll, and as they set the grid, we'll let you know that since 2008, Hawk Performance has supported NASA members with the best braking products in the industry, combined with a lucrative contingency program for HPDE, TT, and racers alike. Hawk Performance is dedicated to making sure drivers feel confident no matter what the road or track conditions bring. To see how Hawk supports NASA members, visit drivenasa.com. Thank you to Hawk Performance and a bunch of folks who have been here. You see this area here? Got this chicane right there. That is turn number 6. So there's turn number 6, this in-out chicane, all the way going uphill. You see the elevation rise there. That's not even one of the largest elevation rise, but you're seeing the field right there. That's through turn 6, and now they'll sweep down through turn number 7 to get to one of the most interesting parts of the track. They'll be coming into the roller coaster section, and you see why. It's relatively straight, not completely straight, but you'll see the cars, they actually compress 3 times. You see the first, the second, and then a third time right there. Some of the cars are actually having to do some braking in the compression zone to get their braking done before they make that right-hand turn. Right-hand turn is turn number 8. We're on that kind of the outside loop of the track, as you see them now in that roller coaster section. And here they come up. You see that pit entry to the left of your screen? That's only used for the outer loop, but we're coming back towards the paddock. So that's not the pit entrance we'll use this weekend because we're using the full 3.97 miles. So when you see that pit entrance, that is for the outer loop only. We're using the whole thing. So we're coming up through there. They'll take the right-hander at turn number 9 and begin to descend a little bit more. You see that second pace car? That's for that second standing group that will start the race in just a little bit. So here we go. Now we kind of go downhill, back uphill. You're down the hill past number 9. You're headed for turn 10. We'll see the group packing up here in just a little bit. And then this is amazing. You're coming downhill. That hard left-hander is right at the bottom of the hill. So the car's going to squat, sit down on itself a little bit just as you're putting some input in to make that turn into turn number 12. And then look, you're right back on it and you're climbing. You're going to go up this hill a little bit of a jag to the right, which is turn number 12. And then we're at the farthest end of the racetrack. I mean, a great distance from where we're sitting in the broadcast booth right now and up to turn number 13. Now we're starting to get back into the home stretch. As they turn on to turn number 14, that's when they head back into what we'll call the interior or the inside part of this racetrack. Turn number 14, a tight right-hander that leads into one of the coolest parts of the racetrack. So here we come now. That's that left-right. You're coming through 14. Gives you a great idea of this racetrack. Pace car leading the way. Again, this is qualifying race for Group C, American Iron Extreme, American Iron, Spec E46 and E30, and 944 Spec. You want to find out where your favorites go? And NASAChamps.live, you can pick your own timing and scoring. Behind you, one of the RV areas, really nice area to come and put the RV because you can see several sections of the racetrack from there. We drove over there the other day. So we come past that area, down the hill and back up. Again, the car wants to sit a little bit. And then we'll come down the area 17, 18, before the track starts to sort of open up and unwind. Those are tight, probably the tightest corner. You know, you've got 4 of the carousel and a few other tight ones, but 18, probably the slowest part of the track. There you see them coming through 18. To your left, that is pit entrance for this weekend. As they go past the pit entrance, it's a long sweeping 19, and it brings you back to the start finish. That's a great job of giving you a lap here at this 3.97 machine. With all that said, we are ready to go racing. You see the second pace car off. We are rolling, waiting for a green, and we are racing. That's that lead group, the American Iron Extreme and the American Iron cars. Here they go, race down into turn number 1. Plenty of racing room there. They're still too wide back there, 4th spot. And 1 car off driver's left on this first lap. We'll check and see who that is as the drivers now are up through that carousel corner at turn number 4. It's a long way and then a little peak of a left. Now remember, this is where we head back for that chicane. That's not even really a bus stop because it's a very long chicane area, but it just right there, you see, wide open through there, just slows the cars down just a little bit because that roller coaster section is just wide open. So you see them over the corner. They'll head for the roller coaster now to complete, that's about halfway through the first lap, 3.97 seconds. And you see the leader, I believe that is Fessler, out front on lap number 1. All groups are away now. Again, the final group was the Spec E40 standing start. Here comes, there's the AI and AI Extreme cars going by. Up the hill we go, and just an amazing sight. So here we are now coming down towards turns 10. This is 11, the tight left-hander. And I believe I see in one of our sections there, yes, in fact, I do see that flashing yellow. We're going to talk about the some of the incredible systems that they have here at this facility, but you do see yellow. So that 1 car that we saw go off right at the start, that may be a situation where either they're covering that or they'll need to go get him. We'll see, and that looks possibly in that shot like a double yellow. So that means we'll need to get this field under control, and we'll send somebody out to pick up that car. So let's go here just with, well, they haven't even completed a lap, so I can't give you an updated running order because timing and scoring will reset as they cross the finish line. So under double yellow early here, this is Group C qualifying at the NASA Championships at Ozarks International Raceway. Back here, catch it. There's our Spec E30 field. Garrett Baines, the 12 car, started on the pole with Clay Pierce in the 65X. And if you're new to NASA racing, one of the unique things is they'll have different waves, starting waves, as there's the E30 crowd in the roller coaster section. These guys actually, they'll come to the start-finish line at the very beginning, come to a complete stop, and do a standing start. So throughout the weekend, we'll try to let you know which groups are doing the flying, which will do the standing start, and you'll see them roll off in multiple waves. There's turn number 8. Spec E30 field and strong this weekend. We looked at the Spec E30 and some of the drivers to watch here this weekend. I want to touch on that for just a second. The Southern California region, really tough. Sean Aaron, Matthew Ibrahim, those guys have been really good. So we'll keep an eye on those guys as weekend. And then for so many of these racers, it's their first time here. I think when we were at the original drivers meeting, everybody sitting there, maybe about half of them put their hands up, said, yep, first time here. I will tell you, most of them did take advantage of the test day on Thursday. So we're still showing full course yellow here. So that is still what we're showing status. So they'll pick that car up, and we'll go back as quick as we can here to this second qualifying. This is important. Every car you pass today is a car you don't have to pass tomorrow on your way to the championship. Since 2002, Toyo Tires has been the official tire of NASA. Season after season, NASA competitors are rewarded with generous contingency awards and unparalleled support. Toyo Tires is committed to supporting NASA competitors for all their tire needs. Visit drivenasa.com for more information. You see them working right there at the top of the hill, and you see the safety workers and the recovery guys out there picking that vehicle up. And amazing crew here at Ozarks International Raceway. We've seen them respond, and they know what the goal is for everybody, to maximize that track time, and that's exactly what they're doing. So up there, quick repair. Can't tell from here if they're going to need to go and do any tire repair as far as tire wall, but you see the car right there, and that is down in, just past the start-finish line in turn number 1. We saw that yesterday in a couple sessions. Now, there's a ton of room down there, but again, people trying to either make a pass or just getting caught out on that first lap, and it happened right there in turn number 1. Those guys will make quick work of it. Now, this is one of those things where if you're up front, you don't mind sometimes. That's a great shot there from the drone, because you can see that big sweeping carousel is turn number 4. That kink back to the left then is 5, and then that sets the drivers up for the roller coaster. So this is a great shot, kind of giving you the layout of what I would call, you're seeing everything from turn 1 through turn 5 of this racetrack, which is just a small portion of the racing area. Crew has not picked up that car yet. As you see now, field will sort of bunch up behind the pace car. And we can, now that we've done a lap here, we can. So there's Brian Fessler in the 018. He leads in American Iron Extreme. Derek Carter in the 24-car ride second. And then Nick Paulsonek in the 41X. That's your top 3 right now in AI Extreme. American Iron, the 77, Bruce Byerly leads the way. David Lucas, the 37 car, second. And Carmine Pace, the 11X. They run in the top 3. And you see them, the second group, right there. Let's stay with it now, because here's Spec E46 going by. The Big Blue Racing Team, the 76 car. Up front after a lap, Jeremy Evans, the Utah driver, in car 112 is second. And Greg Hartman in the number 41. He is third, and that is Spec E46. And then 944 Spec, Calvin Rowe in the 895, Jeremy Pullman, 53, Sean Taylor in the 47 car. You see him right there. There's your top three right now in 944 Spec. And just in time, we see rolling up behind them, that's our Spec E30. We'll give you the top three, the 12 of Garrett Baines, the 65X of Clay Pierce, and the Team Garragastic 06 team. So there's your top three right now in all three classes. We've only run one lap. We got not quite a full green lap as people came around. The car got off there at 1. They gave him a chance or two to maybe get rolling on his own, but it looks like they're doing a little bit of tire repair there before we can go back green. But a good field recap so you know where everyone's racing. 5 classes running here in this Group C. We're going to do this race, then we're going to take a lunch break, and then when we come back later this afternoon, we get really busy. So we'll take a break, come back later, and give you an idea of our busy afternoon. So we'll come back this afternoon with 3 more qualifying races, our Group B qualifiers, A and D. But some other stuff going on this weekend also. Our time trial guys, so they're running in a single group, so we'll give you some ideas. Some of the fastest laps you'll see all weekend is those TTU cars. We saw a lap on Friday. Jonathan Fenstrom out of California set that, and I believe it was in the 2-minute, 11-second bracket. Now, yesterday during qualifying, we didn't see anybody anywhere that close just because there was some off and on rain. You're getting a beautiful day here today, but yesterday off and on rain, so we did not see those super fast laps, but we've seen that. You'll see it in our TTU cars, that number 2X of Jonathan Fenstrom. If he can back that 211 up, he will definitely be the quickest of the weekend. Also, some other folks on track this weekend, some of our high-performance driving folks, they'll be in and out as well. But the things we really want to concentrate on today are these qualifying races so we can kind of get an idea of where, not to get an idea, we'll know where everybody starts tomorrow. Group B will be our Spec Miata and our Super Touring 5 group. Then we come back with A, that's our GT, and then our ST 1, 2, 3, and 4, our Super Touring guys in Group A. And then we get really fast because Group D, the final qualifying race of the day, our Super Touring Unlimited, the NASA prototypes, our Legends, and Thunder Roadsters have a great field here this weekend. I was talking to one of the drivers last night at dinner. I believe the Thunder Roadster field is 14 or 15 strong, and looking forward to that coming up. That'll be our final qualifying race of the day, Group D. Again, Touring Unlimited, NASA prototypes, Legends, and the Thunder Roadster. Still a few more minutes as we do a little more cleanup down there in turn number 1. Everybody's still showing that double yellow as now. So they're coming back on, down the roller coaster here. So we got extended caution here. Now, one thing that's always a challenge, especially a track like this where you're working so much, is now keeping some heat in those tires. So that's another thing the guys are going to try to do. We slow the pace way down. Come to a restart, easy to spit a wheel or something, especially the higher horsepower cars. So one thing is thinking about keeping that tires warm. We'll see them start to weave around as they get an idea of how close we are to going back green in this qualifying race. You get all ready. It's think for the driver's standpoint. You get all ready. You're ready to roll. You take the green, and now you're back to this pace lap as well. So it can be very, very frustrating, especially for some drivers who might feel, hey, you know what? Because of the strange day yesterday with qualifying, I'm really out of position. I'm farther back than I think I should be. So they're the ones that want all the laps so they can make up as much ground as they possibly can. So they're the ones who are really, I won't say frustrated, but they're ready to go racing here. One thing about I mentioned with the new NASA Champs.live, what is so fantastic, come to the racetrack, especially for competitors, and the schedule changes based on maybe there was an incident just like this on track. That is a live updated schedule. So throughout the weekend, as we have incidents on track, live schedule updates. So now you can jump on board, find out exactly what's going on, what's gotten changed. It just makes the whole weekend a bit more enjoyable. And then, like I said, you can go find your favorite driver or your favorite corner. You say, boy, I really like this corner. I want to watch it a little bit. You can also do a multi-view mode. So maybe you like them coming to the line. Well, you can pull up a multi-view up to 6 cameras and watch just those 6 cameras if that's the feed that you like. Maybe you like this shot right here. That's looking at the camping area. That's up around the 12, 13, 14 area. Maybe that's an area you like. So it's really, really cool. And the guys have worked, I will tell you, just watching the technical crew here put all this together has been unbelievable and exceptional. And you're reaping the benefits of it here this weekend. We need to get back to some green flag racing because these guys are going to get itchy here, especially if you look. You know, some of these are big fields at my starting lineup. You know, American Iron, about 8 cars, so they're ready to go racing. Here's the good news. Lights are now off on the safety car. So let's see, when we come back down here, we should see cars that are going to do their start-finish. So he should jump onto pit road as they get back up. Again, that pit road entrance is down there between turn 10 and 9. And nope, let's see, he is off. So we are green. Good job. Was looking at Fessler's car, and I thought for a minute he was the pace car, but he will lead it back down, and we are racing once again as the 018 car, Brian Fessler, through turns 3, 4, and 5, leads the way. He's opened up a little bit of gap now over Derek Carter, and then it's maybe 10 car lengths back to Paulsonek in the 41X. So there you go, 1, 2, 3, and look at the cars compress at the bottom of the hill before they spring back up, work through this chicane at turn number 6, and set themselves up from the roller coaster. Roller coaster, you can really see the cars sit down and then get unsprung. Look here as they come through. Cars will sit, pop back up as you see some of our spec cars going through that turn 6 complex. There's our 944 spec. The front 2 guys at 944 have opened up a little gap. Rowan Pullman have gapped a little bit back to the 47 of Sean Taylor. What you're watching is our first qualifying race of the weekend to set the field for what should be a great championship Sunday. Team Mick Blue still leading the way in our Spec E46. We saw him flash by. An E30 field coming to you there. Still Maines leads the way, but it's always very tight, just 0.3 of a second. Let's talk American Iron for just a second. As you see Bruce Byerly in the 77 car, he still leads over David Lucas and Pace. So early on, no change there as we've just gone back to green flag racing here in this qualifying race. There's the Mick Blue car going by. That is your Spec E46 leader. See the American Iron guys going by. That's that run from 14 to 15, where you see that one RV kind of up on the hill behind you. That's that run from 14 to 15 before you set up for that corner, which looks like, you know, going through Eau Rouge at Spa Circuit. One car, nope, thought he was going to dive onto pit road. They use, as you come out of that corner, that's that corner down at, that's that 17, 18, that real sharp corner. That's the same place where guys are going on to pit road. So nice area because you're slowed down. But some of the cars will use all the way to driver's right, that racing line all the way at the pit entrance. So you got to stay sharp. If you're getting on the pits during a green flag session, get that hand up, wave, let them know that you are going. Let's check back in with 944 Spec, Calvin Rowe. That driver out of Versailles, Kentucky, leads the way. Pullman is out of Brentwood, Tennessee. So is Sean Taylor. He's a Tennessee driver out of Munford, Tennessee. Those are your top 3 right now in 944 Spec. They come off. That's up there at turn number 4. Spec field you saw just go by. The 944 cars just by. And then down that straightaway into the roller coaster. First and second right there, and then there's that gap back a little bit. So Taylor has kind of lost the front too. He wants Rowe and Pullman to start racing. Those two guys racing, he can catch back up. But right now you see the gap back away, so there's a gap now between second and third in your 943 spec race. Again, what you're seeing today, qualifying races. So we did 2 qualifying sessions yesterday. Those sessions set the field for where you would start today's race. How you finish today's race then will determine where you start tomorrow, championship race, and that's where the hardware is handed out. This is one step. You're not going to win the championship today, but especially if you're in a class with a large field, you can put yourself in a much better position to win a championship over the weekend. There's your 2 again. That is Rowe and Pullman. They've gapped the third place car by quite a bit. In fact, there's some out-of-class cars in between them right now, and you see a little dust there, so somebody just putting a couple wheels off. That gap now back to third in 944 specs, about 10 seconds here in this qualifying race. Here's our shot. Maybe you see the downhill there. That's 14 to 15 in the 944 spec cars, and big downhill. And they hold suit again. They've opened up about 10 seconds back there to the third place car. See if we can check in on spec E46. Team Mick Blue continues to lead the way over to the Jeremy Evans car. The Mick Blue team out of Simi Valley, California. Evans, a Utah driver. Jason Wright from Corpus Christi, Texas. So when you come to a championship, drivers from all over the country racing. But that's your top 3 right now for the Mick Blue team in the 76 car. Once these races are complete, we'll go by. Of course, everybody rolls through tech and all that afterwards, and then we'll have the official start for you. We'll go through the whole grid for you tomorrow. Good race up front there. Evans in that number 112 car runs second in E46. Again, puts a couple tires off. There's spec E46, 1, 2, 3. In fact, it might have been Jason Reich there in the 775 car because he lost a little bit. Boy, that gives you an idea. That's the roller coaster, and you see why. You have 3 compression zones. The cars really get light coming up the hill. And again, you find some areas where you get to the top of the hill, and now you got to set up to make that right-hander into turn number 8. And some guys, when the car is compressed in the bottom there, they're already getting into their braking zone for that right-hander. It's amazing to watch. And you can actually, we were watching some of the higher horsepower cars yesterday, and literally as they come up off the bottom, you're seeing that splitter go from, just about touching the ground to about a 6 or 8 inch gap. There again, going by you right there was your spec E46 field. The Mick Blue team continues to lead. Evans, Reiki, and Kagri Yilmaz is currently in 4th spot. Those guys all, your top 4, all within about 2 seconds of each other. That's good. In fact, you see, there's your top 4, spec E46, all in the same shot together. Here we come, cars coming out of that corner down again, looking at 17 and 18, and that car will roll on to pit road. Up front, American Iron Extreme. Brian Fessler continues to lead the way. Getting around quickly now, down to a 2:23.735. That is fast lap of the race for Brian Fessler. He's opened. In fact, now I believe Carter, that might have been Derek Carter, check that. I believe that might have been Derek Carter we just saw jumping onto pit road. He's probably secured a decent starting position already in that AI Extreme. But Fessler just laying down some incredible laps. He's in the 018 car, the Cincinnati, Ohio driver. There's back to your Spec E46 in the picture. But that's our fast lap of the race, a 223.735. Spec E46 comes into your view. And let's check in with American Iron Series. Bruce Byerly, Naples, Florida driver, in car number 77. They worked that turn 6 complex. And you can see where everybody is really cutting that entrance into that first corner, or excuse me, the first turn of the 6-turn kind of complex. There you see where they come out of that. So everybody kicking up some dust. But Bruce Byerly leads in American Iron. David Lucas in the 37. Carmine Pace in 3rd place. That is American Iron. Good strong field for those cars today. We've completed a total of 6 laps. 6 laps here in this qualifying race. If you're just joining us, welcome. We got a busy weekend for you. What you're watching right now is Group C qualifying race, and you're watching it at NASAChamps.live. It's brand new, interactive. It'll change the way you sit at home. We'd love for you to come out to the racetrack, but you know what? This is just as useful if you're out at the racetrack. You're down in the paddock. You're in the garage. You can pull this up and follow whatever is of most importance to you. It's all right there at your fingertips. Amazing. Again, NASAChamps.live. And did it go live? Yes, it went live this morning, all part of this 2025 NASA Championships. Byerly in this American Iron has about a 3-second gap Byerly has over the 2nd place AI. And then it's the best battle there is Lucas in the 37, Carmine Pace in the 11X. They're about a second apart, but as they got to battling, that gave Byerly about a 3-second gap. Byerly just went by, completed another lap. His best lap of the day, 240.174. That was set a little bit earlier. When did he set that? Set that on lap number 4. So that's another great thing you can do. Go on the system here. You can click on somebody's best lap, and it's going to show you what lap did they set the fast lap on, and it'll tell you. Byerly, fast lap in American Iron, and he did it on lap number 4. A couple cars have retired off track. And midway, a little past midway through here, the American Iron Extreme. There we go. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's that turn 6 complex. In, out, and you see the guys trying to straighten that thing as much as they can, using every bit of the curb to make that as straight as they can to then set them up for this back straightaway. I don't even call it back straightaway. It's the roller coaster section. But so important to get that turn 6 complex right, because it's going to feed into this long, straightish way. That's what I call it. It's kind of straight. There's a kink or two, but probably one of the fastest parts of the track, because you see, once you come out of that, you start feeding in some acceleration at 7 and all the way to get to the braking zone of turn number 8. Calvin Rose still leads in 944 spec in the 895 car. Rose Porsche, that's a 1985 944. Pullman 83 and Sean Taylor an 86. So a variety of that, that gear that gaps in for those 944s. And there you go. You saw him go by. That is as you're coming to turn number, you see if that's turn number 8 coming at you. And then just past here, it's turn number, well, obviously it's turn number 9 because we can do math. But what I was trying to say is turn number 9, you can't quite see. But 8 is that final corner as they come off of the roller coaster. Love that turn number 11 there because it kind of flattens out. You got to get on it. And like I said, the owner here of Ozarks International, was great because we took a couple laps in the pace car. He probably has done more laps here than anybody, and just showing the different turn-in points was just brilliant because you get an idea of where guys can make up time and where they can lose some time. I believe that's our 944 spec leader. I believe, we saw Rowe kind of leading that pass as they come out of turn number 14. We'll see him head downhill right there. So Rowe, one out-of-class car mixed in fact, a couple of them, and then double check, but that should be Pullman there in the number 53 car. There's one section of this track you can sit and just sort of look across the way. You can see the cars come past you. They're going to go left to right in turn 1. Then you're going to see them go right to left 15 to 16, and then you'll see them a third away going through that area from 10 up through turn number 12. Let's put the eye in the sky here. A couple of our American Iron cars you see as they just crest up that hill. I believe that's Lucas. You see the bright colored car there is 37 car. I believe he is now, he's in second spot. So here you come. Here's 1, 2, and 3. Yep, there's Lucas in second spot. And Carmine Pace. As we mentioned earlier, good American Iron field here this weekend. We're picking them up there. So Byerly, Lucas, and Pace continue to lead. As the leaders now, American Iron Extreme getting a checkered flag. And just because the leader got the checkered flag doesn't mean the race is over. There's a whole lot of racing still to go because there's 4 miles. So somebody who's just almost a lap down, they still get to finish that lap. Carmine Pace, his 2011 Ford Mustang. American Iron class, and he's out of Florida. You see that race coming too. You're still racing for position. As soon as the last group takes checkered, then we will give you just a quick unofficial rundown to give you an idea of where everybody started. Of course, all these will be officially updated as we get through the end of the day. So let's go. Brian Fessler will take the checkered. He is in the 018 car, so American Iron Extreme. Derek Carter in the 24 car was second, and Nick Plusinek in the 41X. That's your top 3 in American Iron Extreme. Let's go down to American Iron as they come across the line. Bruce Byerly, the 77 car, does take the win. David Lucas, 37, the second. Carmine Pace, the 11X. That's your top 3. And then going on back through our field again in American Iron. Marcos Rodriguez in the 170 was 4th. Isaiah Haynes, the 20 HP, was 5th. And Bob Collins, the 118 car, finished in 6th. Spec E46, Team Mick Blue with the win. The 112 Jeremy Evans, 2nd. Jason Reich in the 775. That's your top 3. Calgary Yilmaz, the 100X car, in 4th. Greg Hartman in 5th. That's your top 5 unofficial in Spec E46. Calvin Rowe, the 895, will take top spot in 944 Spec. Jeremy Pullman in the 53, and Sean Taylor in the 47, your top 3 in 944 Spec. And then let's round it out with Spec E30. Looks like Garrett Maines, and they've not actually completed their lap. Yep. And then the 06, Team Garagistic in the 06 car. There's Maines across the finish line. Garagistic through second place. We're waiting on, I believe it's the Sean Aaron team in the 33 that will hang on to third. So there's your first qualifying race. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a little bit. NASA Championships at Ozark International Raceway.
Thanks for filling in. Sorry my flight was delayed.
All right, we're P1 with P2 reining us in. They were already on the wets. The track is wettest on the east side, specifically through turns 7 and 9. We're gonna put you on intermediates to hold the gap. You need 157s to bring it home.
You got this.
There ain't no debate.
I don't know how I feel about your strategy.
Listen, if you really want this to move forward, really get traction, you won't hit the brakes. You turn into it hard.
And what if we don't hit our sales PB? It's my neck on the line.
All right, hold on. Let me unwind your concerns. You just visualize the line, the direction we're taking, and accelerate right into where you want this company to end up.
All right, let's launch it.
Great. You guys have a great weekend. I know I will.
The PB. It's our obsession. The relentless pursuit of that perfect lap. Every corner, an opportunity. Shave a few tenths. Feel the car's limits. Hear the tire speak. Brake deeper. Throttle early. Friendly pressure is on. Drive on the limit. Trail brake with precision. Keep it tidy. Keep it smooth. PB is looking within reach. Just a little more. The PB is yours. At least until next time.
I told you guys it would all work out. We just needed that little push, that little extra to get us to the PB.
Actually, we lost the deal. Your competitor did it in 2 days.
They did it how fast?
And welcome back. So we've just wrapped up our first qualifying race. Brian Fessler, American Iron Extreme winner. Byerly in American Iron. Team Mick Blue and Specky 46 Row with the winner in 944 Spec. So I believe Kelsey's making her way down there into the paddock area to chat with some of the folks who have just come off track and find out what they thought, who made some gain. The other thing is always interesting is what are the guys going to do with the car in just a little bit. So we'll go down here in just a little bit once Kelsey is ready and talk to those drivers. And again, we're going to take a lunch break in a little bit, come back with a ton of racing this afternoon. So I believe she's caught up with a couple of the drivers. Let's go down to the impound area and my partner this weekend, Kelsey Hill.
Oh, thank you so much, Edwin. Always a pleasure to share covering this event with you. As you can see behind us, we had a ton of action out there, and we had so much fun stuff out there. Thanks, Edwin, for the great intro. Let's go ahead and see if we can catch up with these drivers, hear about their time out there on the track. Hi, guys. How are you? We're good. Thank you so much. We're with the live stream, so we're live right now.
Oh, nice.
Just want to check with you guys, see how your session went out there.
Went good, as best as it has. The fastest time I've ever run at Ozarks so far, and I hold the prior American Iron Extreme record, so that's pretty good to run the best time yet, So we'll see how it goes. Car behind me is pretty fast, so I guess we're going to see what happens out there during the race.
That's amazing. Well, yesterday was a little bit wet in the afternoon. Talk to us about what it's like to drive here in the dry.
Dry is a lot better. The grip of the track changes so much. I mean, everything from like humidity to temperature. Like this morning was like just perfect. Weather was beautiful. Everything was good, but it felt like there was a lot of grip out there today. So I think that rain we got yesterday washed off a lot of the oils and residuals and things like that off the track. Track felt really good today.
That's awesome. One thing we're trying to have you guys see is we're taking people at home what you guys go through now that you came off the track. You're going to go over the scales. You're going to go through dyno, go through tech again.
Yep.
Talk about what that's like as a driver.
It's a long process. Today's not so hot, but when it is really hot outside, it's kind of tough because you got to sit in your suit and just kind of wait for everything, just tedious and time consuming. It's all part of the process though, when it comes to racing. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing more things that you're doing.
For sure.
We're going to go and talk to some other competitors. We'll see you out there.
Yep, thank you.
That's great. Let's go catch up with Mick Blue. He's one of these great guys here that we race with all the time in our Spec E46 group. Hi, guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. We actually had a great interview with Mick earlier this weekend, so we'll be playing that through the broadcast. But tell us, how'd today go with the new car?
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. It's like, luckily I was right after the start in the front. And there was a little skirmish with the AI cars that kind of like hold a little bit the pace that I could have had. And then the full course yellow came out. And the weird thing was the tires felt better before the full course yellow.
Yeah.
And then like after the full course yellow, I feel like I didn't have the same grip.
Yeah.
But, it's like you go 10-10.
Yeah.
It's a 35-minute race. We had, I think, about 20 minutes left and just like try to put some qualifying laps in. And then once we had the white flag and I knew that Jeremy was already quite distant to me, I just backed off,
Yeah,
and I think he did the same thing, just save tires.
Awesome. Well, great. Well, thanks so much for catching up. We
Yeah,
wish you
thank
luck
you.
out there. Room for improvement always. Let's talk about one more thing. We got our friends here from Hoosier. Mark, you can't run away. Come back. I just saw you taking some pressures here for those at home who don't know Mark with Hoosier Race Tires. Great sponsors, Respect 46 Group. Also, great information, great resource for racers just like myself. What were you out here just doing right now?
So, after everybody came off the track, we're here to help them with get pressures, get temperatures, let them know what their setup is, let them know everything's working in a race condition, and then provide them feedback, right? So listen to the driver feedback, understand any challenges that they're having, any handling challenges, and provide input on how they can make it better.
Absolutely. I've talked to a couple drivers, and they said they're actually going through way more tread and tire than they thought they would here with this course. They just thought the wear would be a little bit more. Have you heard that from your end? Is that something you were expecting?
That they were getting less wear or more wear?
More wear because the course is taking a lot more positions, high speeds, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very high-speed course. It's a very high-grip surface. But the tires seem to be holding up well, and everybody seems to be happy.
That's great. Well, the times look great out there. Love our Hoosier tires. Thanks for taking the time.
Thanks, Kelsey.
We're going to take this back to Edwin to close us out. We're back at 2:15. Back to you in the booth, Edwin.
Kelsey, she'll be doing that all weekend long, talking to the drivers to get ready to race, talking to them as they come into impound. And more importantly, she gets to be the one who welcomes them as a champion tomorrow as we do our championship races. So she's got a great job. All right, we're going to take a lunch break here. You see the crew's already on track, getting the track cleaned up and all, and then we come back this afternoon. 3 more qualifying races. Our Group B with our Super Terrain 5 and Spec Miata. You know that's going to be good. A Group A then, our GT and our ST classes. And then for our final group, we get fast. Our Super Unlimiteds, our Prototypes, and Thunder Roadster, a super strong field. So that is all coming your way. There's more this afternoon, so come back and join us. You're watching the 2025 National Autosport Association Championships from Ozarks International Raceway. Special thanks to Hawk Performance, Toyo Tires, TrackTire.com, OG Racing, Action Sports Canopies, Lifeline Fire, Haggerty Motorsports, Toyota, Midland USA, Livery, Riot, and Riot Motorsports. From the Ozarks International Raceway, this is the National Championships 2025. We're going to take a lunch break. We'll be back in just a little bit with 3 more qualifying races to set the field for Sunday's championships. We'll be right back. Have a good lunch.
Look, I don't know how I feel about your strategy.
Listen, if you really want this to move forward, really get traction, you won't hit the brakes. Turn into it, hard.
And what if we don't hit our sales PB? It's my neck on the line.
All right, hold on. Let me unwind your concerns. You just visualize the line, the direction we're taking, and accelerate right into where you want this company to end up.
All right, let's launch it.
Great. You guys have a great weekend. I know I will.
The PB. It's our obsession. The relentless pursuit of that perfect lap. Every corner, an opportunity. Shave a few tenths. Feel the car's limits. Hear the tire speak. Brake deeper. Throttle early. Friendly pressure is on. Drive on the limit. Trail brake with precision. Keep it tidy. Keep it smooth. PB is looking within reach. Just a little more. The PB is yours. At least until next time.
I told you guys it would all work out. We just needed that little push, that little extra to get us to the PB.
Actually, we lost the deal. Your competitor did it in 2 days.
They did it how fast?
Lifeline is a performance-based business and we're an engineering solutions business. We thrive on innovation, making the best products, the lightest products and therefore the fastest products. Lifeline has an ethos of being the global leader in motorsport safety. We're focused very heavily on our R&D capability. A lot of our energy is focused now towards EV, different powertrains, biofuels, synthetic fuels. And that allows us to develop exciting new products. Everything that we design, we then validate and we approve if it requires an FIA homologation. And we do all of that in-house. I'm very, very involved and hands-on in that process. And we do spend a lot of time doing conceptual thinking and trying things that do work and don't work. Since 1994, we've steadily grown the business and diversified into other sectors such as defence and aerospace. We're a global business. We export to 43 different territories throughout the world. We want to be perceived as the global leaders in motorsport safety, and we believe that being champions of safety will get us there.
You've reached Riot, where good motherfucking is made by our polite, well-spoken team.
I be taking off, keep going on, and I resume. Turn it all the way up like we filling up balloons. Already a winner when I came up out the womb. Moving like a conference call at work. Zoom. I'm in a hurry. I can never slow down. My pictures are blurry. I always overdo it, and it's very necessary. I got winning on my mind, and the rest is secondary. We gon' get it done. Can't stop when we start. We get it done. Take no days off. We number one. Lace up these kicks, and we run. Like this, we gon' get it done. Stop when we start. We gon' get it done. Start when we stop. We gon' get it done. Get it when we start. We gon' get it done. Start when we stop. We gon' get it done. We gon' get it. We gon' get it.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together. Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Thanks for filling in. Sorry, my flight was delayed.
All right, we're P1 with P2 rein us in. They were already on the wets. The track is wettest on the east side, specifically through turns 7 and 9. We're gonna put you on intermediates to hold the gap. We need 157s to bring it home.
You got this.
There ain't no debate.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
I don't know how I feel about your strategy.
Listen, if you really want this to move forward, really get traction, you won't hit the brakes. You turn into it hard.
And what if we don't hit our sales PB? It's my neck on the line.
All right, hold on. Let me unwind your concerns. You just visualize the line, the direction we're taking, and accelerate right into where you want this company to end up.
All right, let's launch it.
Great. You guys have a great weekend. I know I will.
The PB. It's our obsession. The relentless pursuit of that perfect lap. Every corner, an opportunity. Shave a few tenths. Feel the car's limits. Hear the tire speak. Brake deeper. Throttle early. Friendly pressure is on. Drive on the limit. Trail brake with precision. Keep it tidy. Keep it smooth. PB is looking within reach. Just a little more. The PB is yours. At least until next time.
I told you guys it would all work out. We just needed that little push, that little extra to get us to the PB.
Actually, we lost the deal. Your competitor did it in 2 days.
They did it how fast?
Lifeline is a performance-based business and we're an engineering solutions business. We thrive on innovation and making the best products, the lightest products and therefore the fastest products. Lifeline has an ethos of being the global leader in motorsport safety. We're focused very heavily on our R&D capability. A lot of our energy is focused now towards EV, different powertrains, biofuels, synthetic fuels. And that allows us to develop exciting new products. Everything that we design, we then validate and we approve if it requires an FIA homologation. And we do all of that in-house. I'm very, very involved and hands-on in that process. And we do spend a lot of time doing conceptual thinking and trying things that do work and don't work. Since 1994, we've steadily grown the business and diversified into other sectors such as defence and aerospace. We're a global business. We export to 43 different territories throughout the world. We want to be perceived as the global leaders in motorsport safety, and we believe that being champions of safety will get us there.
you've reached Riot, where good motherfucking is made by our polite, well-spoken team.
I be taking off, keep going on, and I resume. Turn it all the way up like we filling up balloons. Already a winner when I came up out the womb. Moving like a conference call at work. Zoom. I'm in a hurry. I can never slow down. My pictures are blurry. I always overdo it, and it's very necessary. I got winning on my mind, and the rest is secondary. We gon' get it done. Can't stop when we start. We get it done. Take no days off. We number one. Lace up these kicks, and we run. Like this, we gon' get it done. Stop when we start. We gon' get it done. Start when we stop. We gon' get it done. Get it when we start. We gon' get it done. Start when we stop. We gon' get it done. We gon' get it. We gon' get it.
Another one for Tommy Boy. Another one for the world. Another one for the listeners.
This bag wasn't designed for hikers. Not for gym rats, golfers, skiers, or campers. This bag is for drivers. Drivers who show up ready to race. Drivers who know that preparation is the difference between first and last. Drivers who prepare, not just pack. Drivers that are built different, think different, are different. Delivery carry isn't for everyone. And that's the point.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together. Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Thanks for filling in. Sorry, my flight was delayed.
All right, we're P1 with P2 rein us in. They were already on the wets. The track is wettest on the east side, specifically through turns 7 and 9. We're gonna put you on intermediates to hold the gap. We need 157s to bring it home.
You got this.
There ain't no debate.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Look, I don't know how I feel about your strategy.
Listen, if you really want this to move forward, really get traction, you won't hit the brakes. You turn into it hard.
And what if we don't hit our sales PB? It's my neck on the line.
All right, hold on. Let me unwind your concerns. You just visualize the line, the direction we're taking, and accelerate right into where you want this company to end up.
All right, let's launch it.
Great. You guys have a great weekend. I know I will.
The PB. It's our obsession. The relentless pursuit of that perfect lap. Every corner, an opportunity. Shave a few tenths. Feel the car's limits. Hear the tire speak. Brake deeper. Throttle early. Friendly pressure is on. Drive on the limit. Trail brake with precision. Keep it tidy. Keep it smooth. PB is looking within reach. Just a little more. The PB is yours. At least until next time.
I told you guys it would all work out. We just needed that little push, that little extra to get us to the PB.
Actually, we lost the deal. Your competitor did it in 2 days.
They did it how fast?
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
And welcome back to the 2025 National Autosport Association Championships. We're at the Ozarks International Raceway. Special thanks to Hawk Performance, Toyo Tires, TrackDayTire.com, OG Racing, Action Sports Canopies, Lifeline Fire, Haggerty Motorsports, Toyota, Midland USA, Livery, Riot, and Riot Motorsports. Great morning as we've already wrapped up a qualifying race this morning, Group C. And coming up in just a second, Group B qualifying, 35-minute qualifying race featuring Spec Miata and Super Touring. We'll have our starting lineup here in just a little bit. And you're watching us at NASAChamps.live, an interactive platform just launched earlier today. You can watch the full video, or we've got over 20, Zach, what are we, 23 cameras now? 25? 21 and 2 more coming. And you can pick which camera you want to watch. You can look. You can also do multi-view. Pick 4 or 6. It's absolutely amazing. Listen, we're getting ready for some Group B qualifying races featuring Spec Miata and Super Touring 5. Let's find more about these guys.
We're here at the 2025 NASA Championships. I'm so excited to be talking to you guys out of Southern California. We got Alex and William here with us, so I'm going to let them do an intro. Guys, let us know where you're from, what car you're in, and also your local region.
My name is Wilson Lamb. I am from Los Angeles, California. We are coming from the SoCal region. What was the other question?
What are you driving?
Oh, Mazda Miata.
Woo!
My name is Alex Tan. I'm from Los Angeles. I'm driving Mazda Miata.
Awesome. Answer, always Miata.
Always Miata.
That's where we are. So you guys made the long haul out here. You're in contention for one of the best awards you can get at championships, longest haul to get to the race. Tell us, what about the championships? What made you inspired to come make the drive out here to the Ozarks?
Him.
So we've been in national in 2018, 2019, and then 20, and then it was the best experience ever. So back then, my crew, my teammate, just so small. So then 2021, I start doing more and more, and then I have a program that is arrive and drive. So it worked. Now we have about 9 or 12, so on our team only.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so from that we just keep going. Wherever we want to go, we just go.
That's so awesome. I love it. Yes,
Yeah.
full send.
Yeah, he
all the
started
way
me.
through.
He started me. He convinced me to come. I didn't want to come. And he said it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to come to drive across country, to go to an epic track. And it's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and that sold me.
Awesome. Well, it's definitely what happens in racing. I think your friends always feed you and the shared passion that you both have, clearly, not just Miatas, but racing as well. The Ozarks, is this both of your first time here?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Very
All right.
first.
So we'll get hot takes, best turns, scariest turns, first reactions.
First reactions for the high-speed straight over the crest. Flat through that was really interesting at first. That would have been my most scariest. The best, probably I think it's the 16, 17 area. Yeah, that one. No, before that. So 13.
Okay.
Yeah, that one was really fun. Quick into a right-hander. Yeah, that one's a lot of fun. Scariest or best right now? The most interesting is the curved start and finish.
Yes.
Yes.
We've been
the
seeing a lot of
curved start and
action.
finish. Yeah. That's
definitely.
one of the most interesting.
And how about for you?
For me, yeah, definitely is pretty fun track, high speed. First session on the open test day, the first lap, I almost threw up.
Yeah.
I almost threw up because it's those two high and low, and then
roller coaster.
roller coaster. We don't have those track in Cali, and then we just like we too spoiled with the flat, and then we don't have any runoff, especially after the rain.
Yeah.
But definitely this track is a mini Nürburgring. I love it.
That's great. That's what we think. I think
it's worth every penny.
Yeah, and that's why everyone's saying that Ozarks. It's really a driver's track. You're busy the whole time. You're doing a lot of action.
Really
I think especially cars like the Miata, where you don't have a huge horsepower curve. Right. You guys actually are like set up for an advantage here. You can get in those corners. You can duck and dive and make those passes. Especially more than the heavier cars that are out here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, we've noticed that in our class, all the heavier cars, we catch them right in the corners.
Yeah, so fun. This is great. So as far as your Ride and Drive program, your team, your friends you've like conned and excited and got them out to go do this, talk about some other people came out and made this trip with you as part of your race team.
Say it again.
Other people that came on your race team out for this trip this weekend. You've got a couple cars here, obviously all with your group.
Yes.
So how did you get not just one lucky soul to come out and do this?
We have a couple friends from other region that we already been talk about it. We have from Arizona region, and then we have from here. We just met the new guy from Texas region here, and we brought Matthew, our crew, the whole family.
His family. I brought my wife. We brought the dog. We brought
Excellent.
everyone.
Everybody.
It's a whole family affair here, which is what we strive for.
Yeah.
Super family friendly and just having fun the whole time we're here.
That's great. Well, that's what we love.
And thank you, Kelsey. A couple of drivers we're going to see on track here in just a moment. Alex Tan in the 99 and Wilson Lamb in the 69 car. In fact, there you go. You see the cars gridding up right now and ready to roll. So yesterday, a couple things going on this weekend. I know I'd heard that Dean Dibdell, he was having some mechanical issues earlier in the week, but he's recovered well, and he'll start 7th spot, I believe, in the Miata field, just turning 18 years old. Qualifying yesterday, overcast. It was right before lunch. In SD5, Russ Carmichael went out, laid down a lap. Carmichael went back to the pit area, came out later and did a 240.517, and that ended up being good enough for pole. Carmichael didn't go out in the second session yesterday. Lamb, who we just saw, went out, but not a lot of guys in ST5 went out in the afternoon session. In qualifying for Spec Miatas, morning session, Vaughn Weber set the fastest time, 247.603. Little sprinkle right at the end, and then guys went out for Miatas in the second session, but that session was shortened. So that pole speed for Weber set in the morning session will put him at the front spot. Let's go ahead, give you the full starting lineup. As we mentioned, the 112, Ross Carmichael, will start on the pole in Super Touring 5, and Bryce Cleaver in the 133 next to him. Justin Mason in car number 15 in row number 2, and Brian Heitman in car number 25, that's row 2. Doing double duty this weekend, Mick Blue Racing, their other car in the Super Touring 5 in cart number 76, and Jeff Curry set to go in the 5. Then it's the 99 car. We just heard from him. Alex Tan set to go. And then the 69, we also heard from Wilson Lamb in the 69. And then Yannick Ajamain in the 805. That is your Super Touring 5 field. Let's introduce you to our Spec Miata field. Vaughn Weber in the 111 will start next to Lincoln Larson in car number 8. That's row number 1. Vinny Mescalis in car number 12, and Joseph Federal in the 21. They make row number 3. Hayden Manis, the 88 car. He is next to Dean Dybel in the 90. John Allen set to go in the 101 and Daniel Manis in car number 7. So here we go. We'll have 2 pace cars, 2 waves, but they're both flying starts, so you won't have a standing start here. You see that car right there will be the second pace car. So there'll be the Super Touring 5, and then there'll be a gap back to the Spec Miata. If you're looking at some of our timing and scoring, you'll see TMC, the TMC guys, those are all the young guns in the Spec Miata, and you see they're taking a lot of the top spots there, Weber, Larson, and Mescalis. All right, there you see, that's Super Touring 5 rolling off the grid. There's your pole sitter, Weber, in the 111. That's our Spec Miata field. They're going to roll out behind the second group. So you've been introduced to the starting grid. They're doing a warm-up lap, and we're about to go racing. TrackDayTire.com is proud to be the official tire supplier of NASA. NASA members are able to take advantage of TrackDayTire.com's enormous inventory and technical support team focused solely on helping members extract the most from their competition tires on the track. You need more information? You can visit DriveNASA.com and learn more about TrackDayTire.com. All right, we're ready. Qualifying. The way you finish here is the way you start tomorrow. There is a great shot of that Spec Miata field going out on track. Now, this is a 35-minute qualifying race. They'll be one and gone. Tomorrow, the championship races, I believe all the championship races tomorrow are indeed 45-minute races. So you have a 35-minute qualifying race today, a 45-minute championship race tomorrow. But like I said in the earlier race, any car you can pass in this, you don't have to pass them tomorrow. So you can actually almost think of it as combine these 2 races to get you up front. You have a championship, and there's races within the race. You know, there's guys who are here for one thing only, and that's to be a 2025 national champion. Other drivers, their goals might be, man, if I can make it to the podium, it's a great weekend. Others may be here at a championship level for the first time. A lot of drivers first time at this racetrack, and their race might be with themselves just to improve every time they go on the racetrack. So we'll see a lot of different strategies. I will tell you, there was no shortage of competitive driving yesterday. We saw several drivers off in the qualifying sessions. Everybody settled down a little bit towards the afternoon, but then we saw it earlier this morning. If you were with us this morning for our Group C qualifying right before lunch, we had a car go off on the first lap in turn number 1. So it's starting to ramp up, and we come back tomorrow. That tension level, that excitement level will be even higher. You see the cars, they have just exited the turn 6 complex. That bend is 7. This piece here is the roller coaster, the longest straight-ish on the racetrack, because you see even here, it meanders, and the entire time the car's moving up and down. 3.97 miles. When they first did it, they said about 1,200 feet of elevation change, and that's cumulative elevation change up and down. They recently remeasured it, and it's 1,490, somewhere in there, total amount of elevation change. 1,490 feet of up and down, and that's on a single lap. Now, you do that 10 times, you know how much you're moving. So the car is always moving left to right, and the car is always moving up and down. It makes for a super busy lap here on 3.97 miles. And think about it also. Drivers who are new here, you know, they had just a couple days to learn. Where are my braking points? What am I looking at as my signal? Where's my turn in? What I pointed. They left a bunch of trees around, which is great because drivers can look to the distance and say, okay, that's the point I'm picking up right there. There's that tree that I can run off of. And that doesn't come in just a few laps. So guys did a test day, a lot of them. Got a lot of laps in yesterday. And now, I don't say the other laps didn't count, but now we start getting really serious about a championship. Carmichael and Cleaver on the front row for Super Touring 5. Weber and Larson on the front row for Spec Miata 35-minute qualifying race. Again, 2 flying starts, 2 pace cars. And all of these are just 1 pace lap and go. There's your ST5 class. And then you'll see a gap back to the Miatas and separate them. Here they are, going past the pit-in area. And that will bring them around through turn number 19, and they're coming to the start. Pace car dives down onto pit road. They'll come through this turn number 9, but this opening straightaway where start-finish is just this long sweeper to the left. They're packed in, the second group a little bit behind them. We're looking back to start-finish, and here we are, green, waiting for the starter. Do they like to line up? They're side by side. Here they come creeping out of the corner. And you see you curve around. It's this long, long left-hand turn before you get to start-finish. Another little bend. And there's the green. Starter likes to line up, and we are green. So Super Touring is off and running down the front straightaway. Carmichael and Cleaver lead the field. Single file for the lead, still side by side back there as they go through 2, 3, and 4, the long carousel corner. Is turn number 4. See a little bit of dust kicked up. Somebody might have dropped a tire off. And now here comes our Spec Miata field. Pace car you see is on pit road. Weber and Larson on that front row. Oh, I like this pack. Nice and tight. You see them doing a little bump drafting before they even see the green. And we look at the starter, and we are green. Second group is off. Weber looks like he gets a good jump. We'll watch him into turn number 1. Everybody trying to make that pass into the first corner. They're still 2 by 2 now. Weber, I think, steps out. Single file. So as they're just going down into turn number 2, the Super Touring 5 guys are already back on the roller coaster. Here they are into turn number 4, kicking a little dust. The carousel at 4. And I imagine you're going to see these Spec Miatas get real aggressive as we get into the turn 6 complex. Everybody try to straight line that as much as they can to, so it doesn't scrub off much speed. Now they're pretty much single file. There they are. And you see using every bit of that curbing and a little bit of the grass to the driver's left and right. I believe now. Is that Larson now tucked in second? So now single file. And little bump drafting. We see it from the Miatas, but there's not a lot of places here that are absolutely, truly a straightaway. But your front two going to try to gap the rest of the field. We'll update your time and score once they come by. Oh, look at Spec Miata is great. The front two have opened a gap. Third place kind of run it on their own, and then there's another group right there of 3 cars. Through turn 11 and up the hill, using every piece of racetrack that they can. They come by start-finish. We'll update timing and scored for you, but the front two trying to step away. Again, 35-minute qualifying race. This is Group B, Super Touring 5 and Spec Miata. If you're just joining us on NASAChamps.live, you're watching the 2025 championships from Ozarks International Raceway. All right, our Super Touring 5 cars just coming by. Start-finish, Justin Mason leads that first lap. Mason started in 3rd spot, but Mason out of Liberty, Missouri, it leads. Ross Carmichael second, Bryce Cleaver there in 3rd spot. So we should have our Miatas coming in just a second past start finish to set their first lap. In fact, here they come past. Whenever you see that shot right there, that's that entrance to pit road. It means they're getting close. There is your Super Touring leaders in turn number 6. So Super Touring in turn 6. Now here comes Spec Miatas, and let's get the running order for you. Vaughn Weber in the 111 leads, and then it's Lincoln Larson in the 8-car second, and Vinny Mescalis in the 12. That's your top 3 in Spec Miata. All right, let's pick up Super Touring 5. That's a good one, as they are now right between turns 8 and 9. Mason, Carmichael. Remember, Carmichael was your quickest qualifier, and then Bryce Cleaver in those top 3 spots. And in fact, now you see top four of them running there close together. That's the group actually in turn number 6. So Mason, who started in 3rd spot, leads Super Touring 5. Carmichael lost a spot. He's back to 2nd. And then 3rd place, he started 2nd. That's Bryce's car in the 133. He lost a spot as well. So it's Mason basically passing 2 cars on the opening lap to go from 3rd to 1st. 5 minutes into a 35-minute qualifying race. And we'll see, that first lap's not the fastest because they're still waiting for the green and kind of slow there. We'll see how they compare to qualifying yesterday. A 240.5 was quickest for the ST5 cars. We'll see where they are today. Yesterday, off and on, rain, cloudy. The track would get maybe a dry line, and then another sprinkle would come. So we may see them actually quicker than their qualifying laps. There's your lead pack in Super Touring 5. They come through that corner, back down the front straightaway, put lap number 2 on the board. We'll see if anybody was able to make a change. Mason, Clear, Heitman, and let's see, Carmichael is not shown in that lead group. In fact, Ross Carmichael is now all the way back to 8th place. Now think how this changes his championship. Carmichael started on the pole. If he could held that, he'd have started in the front spot for the championship tomorrow. Now we're not sure what's happened to Carmichael because he has dropped all the way back to 8th place. We'll continue to follow that as we go back now to Spec Miata. Weber and Larson. Boy, they've got a battle going on. Here they are off that turn number 19, and that's the battle for the lead in Spec Miata. Weber and Larson. Weber in the 111 is going to lead, but there's Lincoln Larson. Larson looking to the outside of turn number 1. Can't get it done. Smart. He tucks back in at turn number 1. That's the kink back to the left. Now the right of turn number 2, and they'll come up here to the carousel. Now let's see if Larson can stay right behind him and maybe get a tow down that long carousel straightaway. They'll get through this corner, they'll navigate turn 6, and then there's that long run down to turn number 8. Larson in Weber's wheel tracks. And look, Mescalis, Manis, Federal, they're all sitting there 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There's this long run into turn number 6, and let's see what he can do. That's the battle. Spec Miata for the lead in the qualifying race. Now Larson took a little peek there to driver's right, couldn't get it done. Those guys are hoping they'll run side by side so they can get back up to the front 2. Weber holds suit up the hill, using the track all the way to the right was Larson, dropping 2 off into the dirt. And at turn 8, can't get anything done, and through 9. So they'll stay single file for now. But that is a great battle. Vaughn Weber, the driver out of Colorado, in the 111, leads the way. Park City, Utah's Lincoln Larson in the 8, runs 2nd. Then it's a huge gap. In fact, probably about 8 seconds back to 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But those guys, Mescalis, Manis, Federal, they're all running right together. And now once again, Larson looked a little bit to drivers inside. You see they used all of the racetrack there. Remember, 3rd place. That battle still is improving your position for tomorrow. Larson now getting a little bit of a tow from the leader. We shouldn't be surprised. You see this all the time here in Spec Miata racing. The only thing I'm surprised about is how the front 2 have gapped now back to 3rd through 7th spot. See, we pick up the leaders now. They come out of 14. That's the downhill run to 15. Little kink into turn 16 there. And now it sets them up again. This next part, it's that combination before you come on to what I call the front straight, although it's a curve the whole way around. But it's 17 and 18. You come off of 18, you'll see him appear right there. Slowest part of the racetrack. And now on the outside is Larson. Oh, there's not much room there. Larson on the outside. So now there's going to be a run back to the start-finish line. Can Larson make the pass? And let's see. Weber still leads. Weber by 23 one-thousandths of a second, but Larson is still there. Larson on the outside. Weber holds him off, but Larson is still right there. Larson is not going to give up. He stays in that position. They are side by side. Now they get it back single file into turn number 4. So Weber's going to hang on to that spot, and Larson is going to stay in second. But they ran about half a lap here, which is 2 miles for a half lap. Side by side, they go back single file off of turn number 4. Great racing up front, and that's the battle in Spec Miata. Let's check back in. Super Touring 5, Justin Mason continues to lead. We mentioned great start for Mason, jumping to the lead on the start from the second row. The driver out of Liberty, Missouri, leads over Bryce Cleaver from Denver, Colorado. We should pick them up here in just a moment on screen. There we go. There's, I believe, Mick Blue Racing. So that's back in 76 spots. So Heitman and Blue, you run in 1-2. So Mason, Cleaver, and Curry, 1, 2, 3 in Super Touring 5. Ten minutes into a 35-minute qualifying race. Weber still holding off Larson in that Miata battle. Now you're going to see some inter-class traffic coming up here, and that could be an advantage. In fact, let me see. Did that let Larson get by? We're going to see. Let me see if I pick it up again. But Larson may have made the pass, and I believe he has. We might have a new leader in Spec Miata. I believe that is Larson now, who's taken the spot away. They're coming down into 15, so we'll be back to start finish in a moment. But I believe we have a change for the lead in Spec Miata. I believe there's maybe an out-of-class car. Somebody they caught there jumbled up the field a little bit. That side-by-side racing didn't let Mescalis get too much closer. I thought if they got to racing, the number 12 car might be able to reel in the front two. Back past the entrance to pit road, and they'll beat a timing and scoring in a moment, but I think as they come by, you'll see an update on your NASAChamps.live timing and scoring. That'll let you know we've got a new leader here in Spec Miata. And there you go, indeed. Lincoln Larson has taken over the top spot. Weber hangs on to second, but you see Weber's right there, not letting him go. It did let Mescalis in the 12 car catch up a little bit, got it down to under 3 seconds, the gap between second and third. Good racing, and we expected good racing. Not quite to the halfway point now. Larson, Weber, Mescalis, 1, 2, 3 in Spec Miata. Mason, Cleaver, and Curry, 1, 2, 3 in your Super Touring 5. There's the battle once again. You saw him go by. That red machine is Larson. And that right there is going to continue where they're going to try to straight line that corner best they can. There go the leaders right by, and you see that gap back to the third place car, that gray and red machine of Mescalis. Leaders in Spec Miata through the roller coaster. See if Weber can get a little bit of a pull. He doesn't. He stays single file as they go into turn number 8. Still single file. Mescalis is in third. Feeling a little pressure from Manis. That's for third spot, those two, as the leaders have now gapped that field by almost 3 seconds. Actually, in that shot, it looks like it's extended even more from those 3 seconds. Up the hill. 11 and 12 up towards 13. It's a huge climb up that hill. Sets it up for the right-hander. Yeah, that's everybody right there in your shot. That is second through about 6. Mescalis, Manis, Federal, Dibdal, and I don't think Allen was in that shot. But those are those guys running third back to about 7th place. Here we come, off, getting the shot here, off of 14. 14 is a tight right-hander that sets you up for a good run downhill, and it's still Larson holding him off. So top 6 there, all in your camera. Let's see now. Weber thought about, now Weber looks out driver's left. He took a peek to the inside to driver's right, then snuck out left. Let's see what he can do. Weber in second place is the blue car off of that corner. He's going to stay. That's 18 and 19, final corner. So Weber's going to stay in second spot. Now, you know, race car drivers are going to be race car drivers. This isn't the championship race. Tomorrow's the championship race. How hard do you push just to pick up one spot for tomorrow? Well, obviously, you see the shot right there. You push real hard. In fact, they are side by side into turn number 1. This is fun. Weber in the blue car went side by side into 1. Now he tucks back in. Single file. They're at turn number 4 now, and they'll be single file for now. But those two guys keep racing hard. It's going to let that 3rd, 4th, and 5th place car reel those leaders back in. But I go back again. Tomorrow's championship day. Right now, if you stay right where you are, you're going to start on the front row. But it's also a good time to figure out where are the passing zones. If this is the guy I'm racing with tomorrow for a championship, where am I better than he is? Where are the spots where I can take advantage of it? So not only racing for position tomorrow, but you're also racing a little bit for some knowledge there. 4th car in our field, that might have been Dibdal, dropped 2 off. Driver's left coming off that corner. So yes, position, but also learning some race strategy, some race craft for tomorrow. 2nd through 6th, Inspect Miata, just in your field. We pick the leaders up again. We're going to keep watching that. Let me let you know that Mason continues to lead in Super Touring 5. He's about a 1.5 seconds out. So that race is spread out a bunch in ST5. That's why we're sticking with Spec Miata. Mason puts another lap on the board in ST5. He is your leader now by over 3 seconds. Back to Spec Miata. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th go by. Leaders just there on your screen. And again, Weber is right on Larson. Looking at where can I take him, if not today, tomorrow. Think about also these guys running 3rd on back. They've got this evening to sit around and what do they want to change for tomorrow? So great battle. Mason and Cleaver, they're going to settle it amongst themselves. I think they've got out far enough on their own to settle that battle. We are a little past 17 minutes again. 35-minute qualifying race. This one has been a dandy. Miata leaders off the final corner. Well, final corner, they'll bend into turn number 19 and head back for the start-finish line. Say Larson leads in Miata. Justin Mason leads in Super Touring 5. Gap about 0.2 seconds for the leader. Mason in car number 15 doing a great job because he started 3rd and he continues to extend that lead. In fact, now has it up to about 3.5 seconds. Mason, as we mentioned, out of Liberty, Missouri, the 2015 Mazda MX-5, number 15, leads in Super Touring 5. That's a nice shot there to show you that battle for the lead in Miata, but it also shows you how they have to navigate. Oh, did you see that? That 2nd place car, the Blue Machine of Weber, took a peek as they came off of that turn number 6, 7. The 90 car, Diebold's car, is losing that pack in front of him. He's running 6th. You see the gap back up to 5th. There's a look at some of our Super Touring 5 drivers coming by. That was the 76 car. That's your 3rd place car. So there's 3rd and 4th in Super Touring 5, Team Mick Blue. And then Jeff Curry is right there in car number 5 in 4th, the San Angelo, Texas driver. One car looks to be off the pace a little bit there, looks slow as came by the entrance to pit road. So we'll keep an eye on that. So that moves, like I said, that move with Mick Blue team will go up to third spot, puts Jeff Curry in San Angelo, Texas, the Toyota number 5, back to fourth. And you see the two right there. That's third and fourth on your screen right now. Curry try to scratch that back, take that position. You know, today, whether you finish third or fourth, yes, it's important. But tomorrow, that battle for third can sometimes be a doozy, because what's that? That's the last step on the podium. If you can't win. Oh, and Mick Blue, what a save by the 76 car. Had it 45 degrees, and more impressive, he's able to hold the spot. You see down that hill and up they go, but what a save. Now they're in the turn 6 complex. That car was 45 degrees offline and gathered it back in, and I thought Jeff Curry might be able to pounce on him then. Here's the single file run, I should say, through the roller coaster. But the Mick Blue team, that was a heck of a save, again, for the number 76 car. And now let's see, can Curry do something? Curry looked to the inside as they came through turn number 8. Don't think he could do it. Good racing. That is third and fourth place in your Super Touring 5. There's that battle for Spec Miata now again, and you see, I believe indeed it's Weber has taken that spot back. So your front two in Spec Miata, they have swapped positions again. Lincoln Larson Von Weber in the 111 car has now taken that spot back. They got out of class car in front of them into turn number 6. And let's see. Yeah, indeed. That's your front two. That car in front of them, I believe, of car out of class. And you see they'll move by. Oh, but here's a neat move. Can now Larson use that car in front of him sort of as a pick, or maybe pick up a draft? And indeed does it. Larson does a nice job. He uses that car in front of him to try to pull a little bit of a draft coming up there as they go through the corner. That's turn number 9. So just so you see, the red car is Larson. The blue is Weber. Weber now back to point. They get clear of that car. It's the car that they were coming to put a lap up on, so they get clear of that car. Now they can go back. Single file racing. Oh, little lock up there down the hill from Larson. Got down to the bottom of the corner and just locked it up a little bit. Weber leads. You'll see timing and scoring if you're following along at NASAChamps.live. You'll see that reset in just a little bit. The scoring loop, obviously, at start-finish. So they'll show, well, possibly, unless the guys pass a few more times between now before they finish this lap. But there you go. Weber and Larson 1 and 2. Mescalis is third. Yes, in car number 12. Boy, if this is any indication of what we're going to have tomorrow, we got a great championship battle coming your way. 23 minutes now elapsed in this. Staying again with this Spec Miata battle for the lead. Weber holding on. You saw Larson. He looked to the inside driver's right. As they're coming down, that was turn 16 where they go down and pop back up. And they'll come back on to the start-finish straight. There they are. Pass timing and scoring will reset. Yep, Weber held on there at the line. And this has allowed Vinny Mescalis, the 12 car, to get back in it. He's now just a little over a second out of the lead. Now they got the one lap car they need to pair, but right there, those three you saw right there, Mescalis, Manis, and Federal, are running now in third, fourth, and fifth. Purple car between them is a car out of class, so they're trying to dispatch with that car as quick as possible and then set after those front two. But the battle between the front two has let third place reel them back in a little bit from high above. You see that gap now, maybe 4 car lengths. Into turn 6 complex they go, doing everything they can to make that as straight as possible to carry as much speed as they can through turn number 7. And we've seen these guys do some bump drafting down the long roller coaster straight. Field behind them stays pretty single file, but you see how important that getting through that turn number 7 is, because it leads on to a long run down the roller coaster. Super Touring 5, Mason has expanded his lead now out to 7 seconds. Cleaver is in second, and then Mick Blue still hangs on to third spot, but that gap has widened as well. So Mason, Cleaver, Mick Blue lead the top 3 in Super Touring 5, and we're back here. There's Spec Miata, Weber, Larson, Mescalus, 1, 2, and 3. Handful of laps left here, 35-minute qualifying race for Group B. It has been a good one. Weber and Larson, qualifying-wise, they were, in fact, you say, boy, those guys sure do look close on the racetrack. Well, they should, because their qualifying laps were a 2:47.6 and a 2:47.7. So, yes, they've been close all weekend, and they show it here right now. Again, not only gaining spots for tomorrow, but again, honing your racecraft. Where am I better? If this is if I'm on the last lap right now for the championship, how do I want to set the driver up in front of me? And where do I want to make the pass? There are multiple passing zones, as you would imagine, at this track. Into turn number 19. For the leaders, the top 4 now, all pretty close in Spec Miata. Timing scoring said it was 0.2 of a second between the front 2. I don't see 0.2. I see maybe a sheet of paper between the front 2. Mescalus and Manis. Think about that tomorrow. That would be those 2 cars right there, center screen right now. That would be a battle for the last step on the podium tomorrow. So those 2 guys battling. Whether you start 3rd or 4th tomorrow may not be a big deal, but at the end of the race, the difference between 3rd and 4th is being in the picture or not being in the picture at the end of the weekend. There will not be any grass left, drivers left right there. Make that corner as straight as you can. The Miatas continue to do battle in the Spec Miata class. In fact, you see there, those 2 have been brilliant trying to find a spot. Let's check back in. Super Touring 5. Justin Mason now has opened that up. Again, a little over a 7-second lead as Super Touring 5 goes past start-finish to put another lap on the board. And that lead's going to be even bigger there. It's now 9.5 seconds. So Super Touring 5 has Mason leading. Bryce Cleaver in second spot. And then Mick Blue, another 8 seconds back. So it's the 15, the 133, the 76. That's your top 3. Top 3 in the race. So checkered flag should be coming out here. We're coming just about to the end of this one. And we'll wait till everybody gets through start-finish. Checkered is waving, so your flying lap counts. Let's stay with the Miatas because there is Larson in front of Weber. These guys want to win the qualifying race. Let's watch them. This is their final lap. The checker has waved. They're going to do a little side-by-side. Weber looked to driver's left. That is coming to turn number 15. Down at the bottom, there's 16. The car compresses back up the hill. They're side-by-side for the final time. Now they'll turn to 17, 18. 18, you see coming at you right there. It's the sharpest corner on the track. When they pop out, you'll see there, Larson's is the red car. Weber is the blue car. Weber now looks driver's left. This is for the win in the qualifying race. It's let Mescalus get right there as well. To the line they come, and it will be I believe it's going to be, Weber did hang on. Vaughn Weber in the 111, unofficial, the winner in the Spec Miata qualifying race. Lincoln Larson will finish in second in car number 8. Third is the 12 car. That's Vinny Mescalis in third spot. And then the 21, Joseph Federal, he finishes fourth. Hayden Manis in car number 88. Manis comes up to finish fifth. And then Dean Dibdell in the 90 car is sixth. The 101 of John Allen finishes in seventh spot, just going by start finish. And then it is the 7 of Daniel Manis, the driver out of Barrington, Kansas. Let's look at Super Touring 5. Great race for Justin Mason. Mason ended up a 9.5 second gap over second place. Bryce Cleaver in the 133. Mick Blue, the 76 car, comes in third spot. That's well done after starting in fifth. And then fourth, the number 5 of Jeff Curry. Brian Heitman in car number 25. He'll record a fifth place finish. So that's unofficial. We'll have the officials for you in just a little bit, but that is unofficial finish for you in the Spec Miata and Super Touring 5. Can't be any better than that, and it sets us up for a good race. Notice right at the end, it allowed Mescalis in Spec Miata start to reel that group back in. Had they gone side-by-side racing, a little bit more. I don't know if they could have been side-by-side anymore. They're side-by-side almost every lap. But don't count Mescalis out. When we go racing tomorrow, Weber, Larson, Mescalis, all three, I would think, good picks for the win. That was fantastic. We're going to hear from Kelsey in just a little bit. Then we've got Group A coming up. And that's our Grand Touring and our Super Touring cars. We'll have the starting lineup and the story on qualifying in just a little bit from Group A. But again, Group B, wonderful job. Man, beautiful shots around here. Like I said, Zach's the one that's doing all of our switching and making sure that we're seeing everybody where they're supposed to be. So Group A is going to be coming up in just a little bit. Let's go ahead and give you the starting lineup. Our GT class, there's Brian Fessler in the 018 car and Tage Evanson in the 17. Super Touring 1, the first row, the 71 is Joe Kellerman. Isaac Richter in the 36 car next to him. And then row number 2, Sean Butterfield in car number 11. Jason Perry is in the 16. And then row 3 in Super Touring 1. John Zarnecki in the 760 and Dustin Drollinger in 76X. Let's go to Super Touring 2, that front row, the purple and gold machine of Ben Grembo in the 22 car, the 79. That is Ken Mantovani, and then second row in Super Touring 5, Jonathan Merritt in the 85 and Greg Laub in the 135. Super Touring 3, David Lecco is in the 89 car, and then the 777, that's Nick Padron, and then second row in Super Touring 3, Adam Merchant is in the 32, John Pearson, the 55, and it'll be the 63 of Stephen Bright, rounding out Super Touring 3. Super Touring 4, we find Scott Smith in the 48 car, Svilin Kanav in the 122 next to him. And then row number 2, the 817 of Lee Savon, Patrick Kroll next in the 61. And then row 3, 268 of Jeff Arnold and Sean Farah, the 77 car. That is Super Touring 4. Single pace car on this one and 4 flying waves. So 4 flying groups. So again, qualifying race for Group A. So how did they get there? Well, yesterday they had cool temps, a little overcast, and in the morning, Brian Fessler just went out. He ran a single lap and was quick enough to put that thing on pole. He did a single lap, 225.226, said thank you very much, and took the pole in GT. Kellerman went out. It was just on his second lap in ST1, and he ran a 229.120. That put Kellerman on. Almost all the fastest laps were set in the morning session. Ben Grambo with a 2:30.8. Now, Ben had said earlier in the week, I talked to him, he thought that maybe down into like a 2:27 or so to take the pole there. But in the conditions yesterday, Ben's 2:30.839 was quick enough for the pole. Lecco in ST3, 2:31.8. He has 2 done in the morning session. And as mentioned, Scott Smith leading the ST4. In the afternoon, they came back out. It's about 3:15 yesterday, and there was a very light rain, and the morning conditions were much, much better, and you saw that. Very few cars came on track. No takers in GT. Some guys got a few laps in, but it was quite obvious that the track was not as fast in the afternoon session. So a couple cars went out, kind of gave it a test, and said, you know what? We're not going to beat those guys' times in the morning. So all of the times were set in the morning. So they everybody set their fast time in the morning session.
Stay on that track.
Get you an idea of where we are. We are in championship qualifying mode here. So we're getting ready now to do Group A, their qualifying session, and we'll wrap it up later with Group D. The way you finish in these qualifying races are the way you start tomorrow's championship event. We said it a couple times. If you could pick up a spot or two here and there, that just gets you that much closer to the front. But again, how hard do you push it? Today's not the championship. You're not going to win the championship today. I was say, you're not going to win it today, but you could lose it today. But starting position is important. So we got a little bit of cleanup going on track, and now they begin to roll. So a little bit of a delay as they were cleaning up on track. And now the field begins to roll. Again, if you're joining us on the NASAChamps.live, thanks for joining in. Incredible interactive program. You can be the director. You want to have a favorite footage to watch? Do that. You want to do multi-view, up to 6 camera angles, you can do that. You can go in, there's adding all the time more driver bios, not boas, and just superb. And that got debuted just earlier today as part of the 2025 championships. So 4 groups here at GT and Super Touring 1, Super Touring 2, 3, and 4. Cars are on track. Group A qualifying race. Brian Fessler, again, a 2:25.2 to set fast lap overall for Group A. While they come around, get ready to take the green, we'll let you know that OG Racing, as the official motorsports supplier of NASA, OG Racing helped get the best safety products in drivers' hands with the convenience and simplicity through the all-new NASA Racing Gear store operated by OG Racing. Accessible via the NASA homepage, the new NASA Racing Gear store operated by OG Racing will offer NASA members special member rates and one-click convenience to purchase all the necessary gear for HPDE, time trial, racing, NASA official merchandise, and more. You can visit store.drivenasa.com for more information. Got a moment as they make the lap here to get ready for the race so we can tell you about Action Sports Canopies. Founded in 2011, Action Sports Canopies is a top manufacturer of large format print items, including canopies, flags, table covers, and event products. As the official print partner of NASA, members receive an exclusive 15% discount on retail products. Visit drivenasa.com for more information about Action Sports Canopies. There's that first wave of cars. When they come back around, we will see the pace car duck onto pit road as they come off of turn 18. That right-hand entrance onto pit road. These guys will all get 2x2 and we'll go racing. 5 classes in 4 flying starts here. They'll be grouped together. Nice field in Super Touring 4. So somebody like, let's take Sean Farah in the 77 car. Farah definitely would want to pick up some spots. And I don't even know if Farah was able to make a qualifying lap this weekend. It shows, let me go to Super Touring 4. If Farah was see a qualifying time. So we'll find out. So there's a great example. Maybe you had some issues. You didn't get either a chance to qualify or not a good qualifying lap. You can use this today to kind of pick up a couple spots, maybe get you into where you thought you would be starting for the championship. There's Grambo leading the field in Super Touring 2. That's turn at number 16. The pace car comes up the hill. There is Fessler in that 018 car. Brian out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Grambo there leading the field. That's the Virginia driver. And we will look for the green. Lights are out on the pace car. You see the pace car there make that dive onto pit road. And I don't know, Tage Evanson may not be making the start here because it looked like Fessler had that front row to himself. In fact, he is. So there's Fessler, has that row to himself. Everybody else there, that second row, the white car to the left, that's the 71 of Kellerman, who's going to lead the Super Touring 1 field to the line. And there you go. There's GT and ST1. And for second spot in ST1, they thought about making it 3 wide. They think better of it. And everybody is away and through the first couple corners safely. Kellerman there leads the way. That number 71 Corvette, that is your Super Touring 1 leader. You see all 6 of them there in turn number 3 and 4. Here's our next wave of cars. That would be, I believe that is Super Touring 3. So ST2 may have already gone by. And indeed, that is ST3 with Lecco and Nick Padron up front. So ST3, that's the BMW of Adam Merchant leading the way. So good start for Merchant in car number 32. He leads the field in Super Touring 3. We are on opening lap here. A timed qualifying race. There is Fessler on the screen, the sole GT car. Again, a couple other GT cars here, but for whatever reason, not in this qualifying race. You see Fessler being in a different class. He's going to open up that space over Kellerman. Kellerman in the qualifying session, Kellerman about a 4-second gap per lap, the distance between the GT car and ST. There's Kellerman in the 71. That's a good battle. The second place is what's so good at ST1 right now. Isaac Richter and Sean Butterfield. That is a great race. That's for second in ST1. ST3 group, we mentioned Adam Merchant. Merchant in his 1999 BMW M3 jumped out to the early lead. Lecco started on the pole, the car number 89. He's in a Ginetta. There you see Ben Grambo just going out of your screen, Super Touring 2 leader. It looks like maybe he caught somebody that's at the tail of the ST1 class. Indeed, I believe he has. So Ben Grambo there. Yeah, he's that's somebody I think at the back of the ST1 category, but that driver, Ben's 2001 Corvette C06, the Virginia driver. Still leading, I believe that's Ken Mantovani in the 2003 Corvette in 79. And this class, a very heavy Corvette field. Let me tell you about one car that is cool. The number 85, Jonathan Merritt. That is a 1997 left-hand drive Mustang. Left-hander chassis Mustang for Jonathan Merritt in the 85. There's Grambo. And you know what? That might be Mantovani may have gotten by him. At first I thought that was maybe somebody out of class, but Mantovani, I believe, has gotten by. Yes, indeed he has. So swap over the lead there in ST2. Ben Grambo, the kind of purple, blue, and yellow machine there, he has lost that lead spot to the 79 of Ken Mantovani. there they go, heading for the roller coaster section. Oh, check that. Nope, they were headed there for turn number 8 and 9, just coming off the roller coaster. And Mantovani's opened up a little bit of a gap there over the number 22 car of Ben Grambo. Boy, Ben loves to travel. Here he is in the East Coast guy. Here he is in Missouri. Last year he made the tow all the way out to the Utah Motorsports for the championship there. But don't blame him because he's usually very, very competitive wherever he goes. That's a good race right now with ST2. Ben's got it back down to about 2 car lengths. There's very interesting. Did you notice there? Mantovani used all of that curbing driver left. Grambo behind him kind of stayed a little bit further right on, kind of the asphalt proper. So that's pretty good there with Mantovani. Going to see some out-of-class traffic here in a little bit as some of the classes start to catch the group in front or behind. There's the front 2. That's 1 and 2 in ST2. Going into the final corner, corner number 19. Mantovani will continue to hold on, maybe 3 car lengths advantage. And then there is your 3rd and 4th spot, which I believe will be Merritt and Greg Laub running. That's your top 4 pretty much close together. Yeah, you see it's a pretty good gap back to 2nd and between 2nd and 3rd. But your whole ST2 field, you see the top 4 all in your screen almost together. Here we go, the hard right-hander in turn 4. It's a sweeping carousel. You got that little bend right in front of you, turn 3 to the left, and then it sets you up all the way around turn number 4. And I just imagine, the drivers who are new here, taking some laps, taking as many laps as they can the last couple of days to get the flow and learn this racetrack. I imagine, it's one of those tracks that say you could probably take a lifetime before you master a track like the Ozarks International Raceway. If you're just joining us, these are the qualifying races for the NASA Championships for 2025. We mentioned at the Ozarks International Raceway. I'm Edwin Pardue. Kelsey Hill is all over the garage and paddock area. So we'll hear from her throughout the day. And then she's super busy tomorrow because that's the day we're handing out all the hardware. That's Championship Sunday, where people will crown a 2025 champion here at Ozarks International. A timing and scoring reset, and we'll give you an update as we're working our way through this event. While we have a quick second, let me tell you what tomorrow looks like, just so you have an idea. You can build your weekend around what's going on. Opening ceremonies early tomorrow morning. Those opening ceremonies start around 8 o'clock, I believe. And then we go racing pretty early. We'll have a time trial run first thing in the morning, but then at 9:10 tomorrow is scheduled to be, these are 9:10 local time, to be a Group B championship race. That's at 9:10. The Group A is at 11:10. And then after lunch, 1:30, Group D, and about 2:50 is the Group C championship race. Again, those are all 45-minute on-track timed events. You just saw the 71 car. That was Joe Kellerman. He continues to lead the way in the Super Touring 1. That's more of the ST1 field right there. Everybody else, you see somebody putting a couple wheels off. I believe that's a little out-of-class traffic right there getting sorted out. But everybody else has settled down a little bit, pretty single file right now. Fessler's kind of gotten away from the field. That Fessler crew doing a ton of work this weekend because running in several classes and then also running most of the time trial events as well. But maximizes your track time when you can. Trying to look around and pick up some of our good races on track. But like I said, right now people settle down. This one, of course, after the race we had a little bit earlier, which was a barn burner, this one kind of a little bit more like I would think a qualifying race would go, is sort of pick up a couple spots early, get yourself set up for the championship tomorrow, and then don't do anything dumb that has you staying up till 3 o'clock in the morning working on a race car. Doesn't mean it won't happen. Again, you see these cars right there. You see the front end of these cars want to get just a little bit light as the car kind of recoils from getting that compression at the bottom. Front end comes up just a little bit. Then you got to get all your braking done because you see you're coming into turn number 9. That becomes really, into turn number 8. That is pretty tough. And we got a good look at Scott Smith there in the ST4 car, number 48, leading the way. And you see he's got a nice gap over the field. But again, that's Scott Smith, the Super Touring 4 machine. All alone. And he had a bit of a gap also because Smith, a 234.8 in qualifying, gave him about a 4-second gap on the rest of the field. But remember, qualifying was so odd yesterday that if you didn't go out in the right session, you just weren't going to score the lap you needed. So qualifying might be just a little bit misleading compared to what it would be open-wise. Let me go through the field real quick. As we mentioned, Fessler, the quickest. And let me go back here and get my timing and scoring updated here for you. With Group A qualifying race. Again, that is Scott Smith you're looking at right there, your ST4 leader. All right, here we go. Let me update you now. Thank you for your patience. Joe Kellerman in the 71 car leads in ST1. Sean Butterfield second in the 11. Isaac Richter in the 36 car. He's third. That's a mid-race update on Super Touring 1. Super Touring 2, Ben Grambo, the 22 car, is out front. And then it's Ken Mantovani. I think Ken had led a little bit, and now Ben's got back by. And then Jonathan Merritt in the 85 car third. That's Super Touring 2. Super Touring 3, the 89 of David Lecco. There's Grambo right there. Lecco leads in ST3 over Nick Padrone in the 777. And the 055 of John Pearson. ST4, that was that bright car we were watching just a moment ago. The 48 of Scott Smith leads in ST4. Svilin Kenev in the 122 is second, and Patrick Kroll, the 061. He is third place. That's Super Touring 4. So we mentioned Brian Fessler on track. Fessler lead the way solo in GT. Let's go back to Super Touring 3 for a moment. David Lecco. Lecco started on pole, and now he's starting to catch some traffic in front of him. So we'll look for Lecco in just a little bit. Again, your Super Touring 3 leader. Now, Lecco's got a big gap back to second spot, but again, he's going to have some traffic to deal with. There he goes right past start finish now. He's completed 5 laps, so he's got a gap there, like I said, back to the rest of his field. But as you get into lap traffic, where you catch him and when you catch him can be a big, big deal. So we watch. Well, there again is Grambo, and who's that? Mantovani in second spot. So that's a quick look back at your ST2 drivers. Again, as I look through the field, everybody's sort of settled out. There's a good battle there in ST1 for second spot. Kellerman has kind of run away, the Bethel, Ohio driver, in car number 71. And you are always busy in those race cars. Off turn number 8. Little kink into 9. That might be the shot right there. That is probably second, third. That, I believe, is Butterfield and Richter. That's the battle. That's second and third in ST1. Interesting. You know, we talked about yesterday not being ideal for qualifying. Kellerman yesterday, a 2:29 in qualifying, and he's come back and run a 2:29 in race pace here. So Kellerman doing a great job. But we talked about Butterfield and Richter. That's the battle right there, you see. The gold and yellow machine, a leader, the 11 is Butterfield. He's running second right now in ST1, and then Richter right behind him, the 36 car, running in third. Second and third spot on your screen in ST1. They're not concerned right now about catching Kellerman. They're about 7 seconds behind the leader. They're worried about stealing a spot from each other. And that third car, that other car, nope, that's an out-of-class car. So, because fourth place isn't too far away. Let's watch these guys right now. Sean Butterfield, the Arizona driver, in the 11 car, trying to hold off Richter from Iowa in the 36. You're watching the battle. Super Touring 1, the battle for second and third. Playing out across this 3.97-mile 19-turn road course. That time now, Butterfield, little bit of a gap. Into turn number 6 they go. I like to call that the turn 6 complex because you're putting input in the wheel in several directions before you clear that corner. Make the final into turn 7 for the long run to 8. And there's that long run right now. Little bit of a gap. Butterfield creates a touch of breathing room. They'll pop back in just a moment. But that, again, the kind of a goldish car, the yellow car, that is second and third in this ST1 is a super heavy Corvette field in our Super Touring 1. Going back, we'll see Dustin Drollinger and Zarnecki. Those guys are battling well. Ford GT350, not a Corvette. In fact, I think that 76X might be the only non-Corvette in that field. And there you pick them up right there, I believe. Yep, that's the Ford. That's the Mustang there. That's Dustin Drollinger in the 76X trying to hold that spot. But again, it's the only non-Corvette in ST1. And there's the battle. That silver vet kind of takes a peek. I believe that's Zarnecki in the 760 car. And battle for 5th and 6th. We said it, we'll say it again. Pass that car now. It's a car you don't have to pass tomorrow. Here they come down the hill from 15 down into 16. The gap will stay about the same this time by. The Mustang with a good run up and off the corner. Boy, a lot of braking going into turn 17 and 18. There you see, try to get a good run. Oh, he took a peek. Zarnecki kind of took a look to the outside as they came off of 18. Can't do it, though. Drollinger's going to hold on to the spot, but let's see, the gap's going to be tight as they come by start-finish. Maybe 8/10 of a second. Battle of 5th and 6th. Drollinger, the driver out of Grain Valley, Missouri, against the Lake Havasu City, Arizona driver. There it is on your screen right now. The gap less than a second. 5th and 6th, but it's where you're going to start tomorrow. That counts. Into turn number 3. And now it's stabilized a little bit. Let's give Drollinger, about a 3, make it now 5 car length battle in this Super Touring 1. We're showing this because right now these two are the best battle on the track in class with each other. One car coming up, I believe that might be Red Machine. I'm not sure. That may be an out-of-class machine. I'm not sure. but closing fast. Well, probably not, because these are our ST1 cars. So most of the action happening here right now in ST1. Not for the lead. Kellerman's gone off and kind of hidden for a little bit as we see the field. Well, let's pick this one up. This is good right here. This is second and third, staying in ST1. And it's Butterfield who's now taken that spot in the 11 car, and Richter third spot in 36. Those two have raced tight all through this race. Talking about tomorrow again. Tomorrow could be important if these guys are battling. That second, third, which means you're trying to stay in that top spot. You want that podium position, but you start to feel some pressure from behind. So Butterfield in the 11. He's second in ST1. Richter in the 36. He's third in ST1. And gap a little bit now. He's opened the gap just slightly, about 5 car lengths. Let's see what we've got there. Yeah, maybe 6 car lengths now. Butterfield and Richter. Let's go through the field real quick, and we'll give you the top 3 each class. ST1, Joe Kellerman in the 71, Butterfield in the 11, and Richter in the 36. ST2, Ben Grambo leads the way, Ken Mantovani in the 79, and Jonathan Merritt in the 85. ST3 has David Lecco in the 89 leading, and Nick Padron in the 777. And Stephen Bright is in the 63. ST4, late stages of this one, Scott Smith in the 48 leads. Stylian Kanev in the 122 is second. And Patrick Kroll, the 061. That's a quick look through the field. And Brian Fassler leads overall and in GT. So checkered flag in this event. So that is wrapping up. Checkered flag, and we're going to give this to you as they come across the line. So, as we mentioned, Fassler in the 018. In Super Touring 1, Joe Kellerman wins in the 71. Sean Butterfield in the 11 is second. Isaac Richter, 38, is third. Jason Perry, the 18 car, fourth. Dustin Drollinger, the 76X, is fifth. And John Zarnecki in the 760. He finishes in sixth. Ben Grambo wins in Super Touring 2, then Ken Mantovani. They had a good battle early. In the 79 is second, and Jonathan Merritt, the 85 car, is third. Super Touring 3, we find David Lecco, the 89, the winner over Nick Padron in the 777. Kevin Bright, I believe Kevin Bright will get third, and then Adam Merchant in fourth spot. In Super Touring 4, the 48 of Scott Smith with the win over Stylian Kanev in the 122. Patrick Kroll is third, going across the line just now. Lisa Vaughn, the 817 car, is fourth. Jeff Arnold, the 268, is fifth. And Sean Farah, the 77 car, is sixth. And again, those finishes unofficial, but that will set the field for tomorrow's Group A race. A couple folks got away, but I'll tell you, in ST1, battles back there mid and late pack were very good. And then there was a couple swapping spots, I believe, early on between Grambo and Ken Mantovani. That was for first place in Super Touring 2. Lecco pretty dominant. Same too was Scott Smith. There's Smith you see on the screen right now, I believe, in that bright machine, who took the win in Super Touring 4. We're going to catch up with some of these drivers in just a little bit, but while we have a second, I can tell you about Lifeline Fire. Lifeline USA offers a wide range of motorsport systems that employ AFFF foam, Novec 1230, and other extinguishants with automatic, mechanical, and electrical actuation. Kits come complete and ready for installation with all necessary components included. NASA recognizes the importance of fire safety in amateur motorsports, which is why Lifeline is the official fire suppression partner of NASA. NASA members can purchase Lifeline products through the NASA Racing Gear store, powered by OG Racing. Visit store.drivenasa.com for more information. Hagerty Motorsports is a NASA official partner. Hagerty Motorsports offers time trial and HPDE participants track day insurance on their personal vehicles against damage while participating in NASA HPDE and TT competition. NASA members also are eligible to receive a 5% discount on collector insurance through Hagerty. Visit drivenasa.com for more information on Hagerty Motorsports. Cars are coming back into the impound area, so we'll hear from some of those folks, I believe, in just a little bit and get ready for our Group D qualifying race. That'll be our final qualifier for the day. Remember, the spots we're giving you on the air right now, just unofficial till they go through Pound and Tech. But Group D will set up. You see that green Corvette there sitting off track? So they'll need to pick that car up before we go. Nice shot overhead, but pick that vehicle up. Looks like just a mechanical. He's just pulled off drivers right there. So they'll hook that car up, get him back in. So I'll tell you what, going to be a little bit before we get going. We've got Group D coming up in just a little bit, but we can take a break and come back and give you our final qualifying race of the day. It's been a good one, setting everything up for tomorrow, Championship Sunday. Going to be a good one. This is the 2025 National Autosport Association Championships from the Ozarks International Raceway, and we'll go to commercial. We'll be back in just a little bit. Our final qualifying race of the day is a good one. Super Touring Unlimited, prototypes, legends, and a huge field of Thunder Roadsters. We'll take a break. We come back. We've got more racing from Ozarks International Raceway.
I don't know how I feel about your strategy.
Listen, if you really want this to move forward, really get traction, you won't hit the brakes. Turn into it hard.
And what if we don't hit our sales PB? It's my neck on the line.
All right, hold on. Let me unwind your concerns. You just visualize the line, the direction we're taking, and accelerate right into where you want this company to end up.
All right, let's launch it.
Great. You guys have a great weekend. I know I will.
The PB. It's our obsession. The relentless pursuit of that perfect lap. Every corner, an opportunity. Shave a few tenths. Feel the car's limits. Hear the tire speak. Brake deeper. Throttle early. Friendly pressure is on. Drive on the limit. Trail brake with precision. Keep it tidy. Keep it smooth. PB is looking within reach. Just a little more. The PB is yours. At least until next time.
I told you guys it would all work out. We just needed that little push, that little extra to get us to the PB.
Actually, we lost the deal. Your competitor did it in 2 days.
They did it how fast?
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Another one for Tommy Boy. Another one for the world. Another one for the listeners.
This bag wasn't designed for hikers. Not for gym rats, golfers, skiers, or campers. This bag is for drivers. Drivers who show up ready to race. Drivers who know that preparation is the difference between first and last. Drivers who prepare, not just pack. Drivers that are built different, think different, are different. Delivery carry isn't for everyone, and that's the point.
We're coming to you.
You are looking at one fast race car right there. We are at the 2025 National Autosport Association Championships from Ozarks International Raceway, and we're about to go Group D qualifying racing. These are the fast ones. You see that beautiful pace car? Well, we are thrilled to have the track-focused Toyota GR Supra in its role as the official pace car this weekend at Ozarks International Raceway. The GR Supra is the perfect car to lead drivers around this challenging 3.97-mile course, 19 corners at over 1,400 feet of elevation change over a single lap. This track is a driver's dream. Boasting a formidable 382 horsepower, 3.0-liter, turbocharged, inline-six, and a precise six-speed manual transmission, this GR Supra has become a favorite of sports car enthusiasts everywhere. As part of a partnership between Toyota and NASA, every customer who buys a new GR sports car will automatically receive a complimentary one-year NASA membership, including one complimentary track day at a NASA high-performance driving event. For more information, visit gr.drivenasa.com, and that is one beautiful Toyota pace car. It better be quick, because what we've got coming right now is a fast race for you. 4 waves of flying cars, and here they come. Super Unlimited, fastest lap of the week. Earlier, just in open practice, was the 2X of Jonathan Finstrom, the West Coast driver. He starts, and that's an amazing story on that car. One of only 5, and really one of one, because every one is just a little bit different. It's wicked fast. Jason Ross in the 10 car starts next to him, and then Joe Henske in the 326, and Andrew Lang in the 03. In our prototypes, the NASA prototypes, Tyler Atkinson is in the 15. Next to him, the 99 of Steven Seller. All right, this is where it gets fun. The guys in the Thunder Roadsters have brought the game this weekend. Derek Moorhead in the 72 starts on the front row with the 47 of John Spain. The 171, Gary Tinker, and Stu Jones in the 27. That's row number 2. Jordan Dosh, the 212. Shane Denny in the 73. That's row 3. And then row 4, the 0 of Jeff Stutler. Michael Rupp in 13. Row 5, the 274. Scott Hawking. He finds himself next to Nick Grossman in the 14 and their final row. That's John Croto in the 5 and Paul Raymond in the 515. Guys, we have a ball out here. You see them there at the tail end of the field. Those are the Legends cars. Bobby Pugh in the 3, Brian Pogue in the 91, Bobby Christensen in the 5C, 89 in the Russell Lane machine, and there is the pace car, and there is Finstrom. Qualifying yesterday in the morning, in the afternoon, we had a damp racetrack. Only 2 cars took laps. Neither of them were very fast. Then in the afternoon, much better for quick laps. Finstrom in the Super Unlimited goes a 2:21.962, but again, still off his fast pace of the weekend. Atkinson in the NASA prototypes was quickest, a 2:34.246. That leads him in that lead that group. Legends car, Bobby Pugh, ran a 2:40.7, and Moorhead is the leader in the Thunder Roadsters. His lap of 2:38.073, leading that field. 12 of those Thunder Roadsters. They have a ball when they come together. That's how they're going to roll. Timed qualifying race is our final qualifying race of the day, and then our fields will be set for Championship Sunday, and that's where I saw the trophies. The trophies this year are beautiful. Well, tomorrow Kelsey will be busy down there at the podium when we're all said and done handing out the hardware. Two things I want to look for here is, one, that Thunder Roadster field. Who can move up? Who can improve their starting position for tomorrow? Because if you're kind of deep in that field right now and your goal is a podium or a win, you got to do some work today. My other thing is just how fast can the Super Unlimiteds be? They've got really nice conditions here today. Sunny skies. They're the Thunder Roadsters going on track. But sunny skies, track temperature should be fine, a slight breeze, but let's see how fast those Super Unlimiteds can go here today. Thunder Roadsters, like I say, those guys have a great time. Derek Moorhead leading the field, but those guys enjoy racing each other. Just a great field today. And then with the Legends cars, Pugh, Pogue, and Christensen, those guys travel all over together. Races friends. I talked to them in the garage on Thursday or Friday. And now, don't let that friendship kind of misguide you, because they also race each other really, really hard. So we'll watch Pugh, Pogue, Christensen laying there as well, because they all race each other really hard. And at the end of the day, they're sitting in the garage, hanging out, and probably having some of the most fun at the racetrack. So we'll see green next time by. When we wrap this up, we'll get you the finishing order and then get down to the paddock area, talk to some of the drivers, and also a little background for some stuff that happened earlier in the week, and talk to some of those drivers who we caught up with earlier in the week, just to let you kind of see behind the scenes, the people who make this this sport up. And yes, this part of it, we're watching cars go around the track, but it's just as interesting, maybe more interesting, to talk one-on-one with the drivers who will be driving this weekend. And I know Kelsey and her team have been crazy busy all over. I followed them around in the garage yesterday. Amazing. This facility, by the way, just the natural roll of the hills. The garage is huge. This area was a turkey farm years ago, and they actually used some of the existing buildings and repurposed them, and it's just got this beautiful feel to it. James and JR, the owners here, the pride they take, and they're so excited when people get here. They want to take you around, they want to show you the place, and you can feel the pride. NASA, the host region, Donna and Randy, you feel so welcome here. And I will tell you something else. They feed you when you get here. We have done some eating this week. All right, we're coming to the start here in just a little bit. Again, the two things I want to look for is Thunder Roadsters. Who can make some improvement out there to get them in a position for a win tomorrow? And then just how fast can our Super Touring cars go here this afternoon? Pace car, again, should head for pit road this time by. That's the field headed down. You're catching them right there between turns 14 and 15. Down at the bottom, that right-hander is 16. And that leads into the slowest part of the track. 17 is a tight right-hander into a really tight left-hander 18. And that opens up right there at the entrance to pit road. So probably the slowest kind of combination there is 17 and 18. And then you let the car start to unwind, because as you come through 19, there is that corner that's 18. As you come on up here through turn number 19, you start pouring on the coal, and carry it all the way to the start finish. We're looking for a green this time by, it's our final qualifying race of the day. Group D, Super Touring Unlimited, Prototype, Legends, and Thunder Roadster, and we are racing this afternoon at Ozarks International Raceway. That's the first wave. You see it. There's Fenstrom jumping out to the lead. Now we're going to see, he's with the prototypes, but we're going to see that Thunder Roadster field. It'll be released here in just a little bit. And here come the Thunder Roadsters. Side by side, I like the start. Tight packed as they head for turn number 1. John Spain, Derek Moorhead on that front row. Looks like Spain might get a little jump. Some of the cars are 2 wide, make it 3 wide now. Boy, that's tough to do. Off of that turn number 1, and now up the hill they go. They'll get it sorted out back to about 5th spot, using all the curbing. On the left, Spain in the white car now tries to stretch that lead out a little bit. They're 3 wide, going through the carousel at 4. They're going to have to sort that out, and they do. I don't see any cloud of dust. That was an impressive corner. And now Spain, the driver from Lyman, Maine, opens it up a little bit. Moorhead in the 72 car. And boy, that curbing to the left going into the turn 6 complex is taking a beating here today, and it will all weekend long. Roasters now pretty much single file. Pretty good gap back to third. Stu Jones out of Dublin, Ohio, the 27 car. They've lost touch a little bit with those front 2 drivers. Everybody was pretty close. The top 5 all in that 238 range. Off of turn number 8. And the leaders now in 9. And then I love this section here, coming down the hill into turn 11, breaking downhill, setting up. There's a battle back there for 4th spot. Beautiful Tide machine. Noticed those colors the other day. Kind of a throwback paint scheme on that one, but you cannot miss him. Bright orange coming over the hill. Beautiful afternoon. We got to the track early this morning. There was a little bit of fog here, and we were wondering about timing, and then it just burned off the fog, and it's been beautiful all day long. Give these cars a lap or 2, and then we'll start. I want to take a peek at those super. Oh, man. Think about this real quick, guys. Jonathan Fenstrom, and that was the opening lap, so they weren't at full speed. He just clicked off a 2:16.425 in the Super Unlimited. Roadsters will be going by start finish for the first time here in just a moment. That's turn 16. They'll head for that final combination, and let's go. We're going to give you the Thunder Roadster running order as they come. They're pretty much single file, and that is a whale of a race. Here they come. Off the final corner, John Spain leads the way over Derek Moorhead and Gary Tinker. So Spain, Moorhead, and Tinker. Spain has taken that top spot for Moorhead. Jordan Gosh in the 212, and Stu Jones round out the top 5. Those guys all started in the top 5. The thing we want to look at, like Jeff Stutler, Michael Rupp, let's see if anybody's picked up some spot. I want to go back here to Philip Raymond. Paul Raymond, that's somebody to look at. Raymond started 12th. Raymond, the 515 car out of Texas, he's made some progress. So Raymond came in, he was last on the row. Now he's going to start, if he finishes race now, all the way up on row number 4. So great start for Raymond as John Spain continues to lead the way in Thunder Roadster. Now we talked about the guys in the Legends field. They're just a blast. Pugh, Pogue, and Christensen. That's how they run. They started that way, but Pugh continues to win. Bunch of guys, they race together out of Oklahoma, and this is what you'll see, side-by-side racing. And you'll see now, I believe, Pogue coming into your picture right there. That was Pogue in the yellow machine. The leader, though, I tell you what, Bobby Pugh has gotten away. There's Pugh, and then look how far it is back to second and third. Pogue, and then Christensen. So That's surprising to see Pugh get out to as big a lead as he has. So Pugh, Pogue, and Christensen, that's how they run in the Legends Series. There's the battle for second, but look at that black car. That's Bobby Pugh, and now Pugh has caught some of the back markers in the Thunder Roadsters and made a few passes there. So Pugh is really moving. He had a 240.7 in qualifying. He's running a 242. So the battle in Legends right now is going to be back there in second and third, because there's Pugh back in screen. And look there, he's, like I said, he's caught a bunch of the Thunder Roadsters. So Pugh is getting the business done right now. Thunder Roadsters back there. One car seems to be having a little bit of issues. Was that the... Can't see which one. It might be the 5 that's lost his spot. There's the battle. There's second and third in Legends. Again, those guys definitely have some fun out here, and they have fun when they get in the paddock area too. We go back. Let's check in. Purely for the speed of it, the 2X Jonathan Fenstrom last lap a 2:08.857. And you see they're going on to pit road. There's that one Thunder Roadster that was having some trouble, and I thought he was off the pace. So Fenstrom, unbelievable. NPO1, that's Tyler Atkinson leading in car number 15, the Golden Colorado machine. Steven Sealer out of Colorado as well. NPO1, the prototype class here in NASA. I want to check in my Thunder Roadster real quick. There's a great drone shot of the Thunder Roadsters. Let's set the field for you right now in Thunder Roadster. John Payne in Lyman, Maine, leads in the 47 car. There's your leader right there. And there's, you're looking at one of the prototypes. Let's check in on Fenstrom for just a moment. I want to see if he can better that 2:08 that he set. That's quicker than he did all weekend long. Like I said, in one of the practice sessions, he was 2:11. We'll try to pick him up here in just a moment. But yeah, that car is unbelievable. Now, that Super Unlimited, that was Andrew Lang. I just saw Andrew Lang, the 03 car. That was Lang. You saw that orange and silver machine hit pit road? That is Lang that just went off track. Check that. That may have been Fenstrom. So, because Fenstrom is on pit road as well. So Fenstrom went out in that thing, set a 2:08.857. So Fenstrom has actually gone to pit road early. He knows what he can do for tomorrow. He's in good shape. But the question will be just how much quicker can he get over the weekend? I can't believe it. All right, check in. There's our Thunder Roadster field. Well, tell you what, we saw that orange car. Let me update real quick on Derek Moorhead. Derek Moorhead started on the pole, the number 72. I said I saw an orange car off pace a little bit on pit road. That indeed was your pole sitter, Derek Moorhead. So he is now off track. So think of what's happened now. Moorhead was set to start on the pole, and he hung onto the spot. He'd be on the front row for a national championship. Well, now he's gone to pit road, and depending on what the issue is, they're going to work on that car. He'll now start in row 6 tomorrow. So, yes, these are qualifying races. You don't win the championship, and oh, you see, there's a shot. That's that Tide machine going for a ride on the beach. He does a nice job through the gravel and recovers well. So nicely done by one of our Thunder Roadster drivers. But these qualifying races, yes, you can pick up some spots. but you can lose a lot. And so Garrett Moorhead started this race on the front row. He'll start tomorrow's championship on row number 6. Paul Raymond continues to move in Thunder Roadster. We talked about Raymond, who started 12th, so Raymond's going the opposite way. Paul Raymond now is up to 7th place. He's about 1.8 seconds behind the driver running in 6th spot. So Raymond picking up positions, continuing to improve, and we'll have to check on Moorhead. I believe he may be back on track, so that's good news. At least whatever the issue wasn't terminal, but he's a couple laps down the pole sitter. So whatever the issue was, not terminal for the day. They're showing him back on track in the 72 car, but he's 2 laps down to the field, and we'll have some work to do tomorrow when Group D races for a championship. We've got a moment here. I want to let you know about Midland USA. Midland Radio offers a complete and versatile product line with family radio service, general mobile radio service radios. Midland also offers micro mobile two-way radios, which are ideal for work and play, and offer up to 10 times the range as traditional GMRS two-way radios. Today, Midland offers more than a dozen handheld radios fit for any scenario. NASA members are eligible for a 15% discount on all Midland products. Just visit drivenasa.com for more information. You're watching qualifying racing from the Ozarks International Raceway, part of the National Autosport Association Championships for 2025. Our final qualifying race of the day, and that will set us up to go championship racing tomorrow. Been good today. We've seen kind of some of the strategies play out and really set the table for tomorrow. Let's run through the field real quick here with our leaders. Jason Ross leads in Super Unlimited. Car number 10 is a driver out of Farmington, Minnesota. In the prototype class, Tyler Atkinson in the 15 car is the leader. John Spain, we mentioned Spain started on the front row. We chronicled the issues with Moorhead, and now Spain leads in Thunder Roadster. And Bobby Pugh is flying in that car number 3, the Stillwater, Oklahoma driver, now with a 17-second gap back to second place. And Pugh finds himself right in the middle of the Thunder Roadster traffic. So, in fact, Pugh ran a 2:39 just a moment ago. So he's running the fastest laps that he's run all weekend long right now in this qualifying race. And he finds himself in the middle of some of the Thunder Roadster traffic. So with probably about halfway in this timed qualifying race, that is a recap of the field. Yeah, there's Pugh. You see Pugh right there. Just mixing it up. That was, I believe, turn number 11. And Pugh right there mixing it up with the Thunder Roadsters. Down qualifying, there's not a huge gap between them. The pole speed for Thunder Roadsters were the 2:38.1, and Pugh was a 2:40.7. But like I mentioned, Pugh has picked it up here in the race and now as fast as a 2:39.6. So Pugh is faster than he was in qualifying. Again, about halfway in this Group D qualifying race. Let's touch real quick. I mentioned it before, but so you know what's coming up tomorrow, so you can join us right here on the NASA Champs Live streaming broadcast, our Group B championship. We have opening ceremonies starting at 8, and then our Group B championship race rolls off at 9:10. Group A, 11:10, and then after lunch we come back Group D, the group you see right now on track. They're at 1:30, and then Group C at 2:50. So you can join us for that. Spain and Tinker have now closed each other on. Tinker's now closed up on Spain a bunch in your Thunder Roadster event. And let's see, that is, I believe that's Spain right there. Tinker. So running 1, 2, and 3. Let's watch them. In turn 6, that is Spain. Spain started on the front row. I believe that's Jordan Dosh there in second. We'll follow him around. Here we go through the roller coaster. The top three got in her way, and that's going to be a battle. Did Spain just lose a spot there? I believe he did. That might have been a pass for the lead. Spain's got his hands full. Yeah, we'll double check, make sure that is Spain, but I believe it is. And if so, he lost a couple spots there. That was Tinker and Dosh running in second and third. I'll double check. Let me wait till they go through timing and scoring, and we'll reset the field. They're heading up to turn 13 right now, so we'll stay with that for just a bit. Let's see, where is Moorhead? I mentioned that he came back out. Yeah, Moorhead came back out. He's 3 laps down, but he came back out and is on track. And he may be back. He might be back on pit road now. So hopefully whatever it is on Moorhead's car, that's something they can fix overnight and get him back on track. All right, we should have a shuffle up front for the Thunder Roadsters. It's one of the NASA prototypes, and right behind him, you saw the Super Unlimited car. All right, here we go. So, yeah, it is Dosh up to first place, Tinker to second, and John Spain to third. So that's a big change up front. Dosh and Tinker both got Spain within a straightaway of each other. So what we want to watch, there's the leader, and there's second and third on back. We need to see. Keep an eye on Spain, and let's see if there's a problem with that car. He's lost a couple spots. You pick up your Super Unlimited car. As we mentioned, Fenstrom went to the pits, but that's Ross in 10 and Joe Henske in the 326. Those are some of the fastest laps you'll see all weekend long. I want to keep an eye on Spain. Spain lost a couple spots, and now you see, those quick prototype cars are about to catch up with another one of the Thunder Roadsters. That's where you just got to be careful. Pick your traffic. Should be a couple more laps if they can complete here. That blue and yellow car, Thunder Roadster. I think that should be Michael Rupp, I believe, in car number 18 out of Newport, Michigan. Here's Bobby Pugh. Man, Pugh still cutting his way through the Thunder Roadster field, and he has got it going on here. There you guys see he's picked up a couple more spots. Not in class, but just shows you how good he's got that car working. The number 3 Black Legends car of Bobby Pugh. He is hauling the mail this afternoon here at Ozarks. See if... Again, I want to watch and see if Spain lost any other positions. It's Dosh, Tinker, Spain, Stutler in the 00, Stu Jones in the 27, your top 5 in Thunder Roadsters. Not a whole lot left in this one. Again, timed qualifying races. So let's go. Let me check. Let's go back to Thunder Roadsters. No, Spain's still hanging in there in third spot. So Spain lost those front 2, but he's still hanging with the leaders. There's a great overhead shot of Bobby Pugh down the hill. Boy, that doesn't do the elevation change justice. You can see as you look across the track to the high side there. You can see those 3 lanes of racetrack, how each one gets a little higher and a little higher. That's the carousel. That's turn 4. It just shows you the flow of this racetrack. Dosh with the fastest lap in Thunder Roadster. Jordan Dosh, he's running second, but he did a fast lap of 238.226, which is getting right there at their qualifying pace. Look at that traffic. That is mid-pack racing in the Thunder Roadsters. And there's some shuffling on the start. We talked about Paul Raymond. Raymond now is settled into 7th. He's the driver I mentioned, started 12th, got up to 7th, making his day tomorrow a little bit easier. You wonder how fast Bobby Pugh is today? These Legends cars are usually pretty close together. Bobby Pugh has jumped out 39 seconds ahead. Normally we see those guys just wheel to wheel. Pugh just in a class of his own today in the Legends field. We'll take you through a quick unofficial rundown as we get closer to the checkered here. Checkered flies here, everybody then goes down, goes into impound, make sure they're all good, and then that means the fields are set for our championship races tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Turn 16. Things have they've settled out now a little bit for Thunder Roadster. Tinker and Dosh, well, they're still within about 0.3 of each other, but that gap back to 3rd place has gotten bigger. In fact, that now about 10 seconds. So Tinker and Dosh still a battle for the lead, but Spain has lost some more space, back about 9 seconds shy of 2nd place, but he's got another 9 seconds over Jeff Stutler in the 00, and then it's Shane Denny in the 73 car. So Denny picked up a spot. So does Paul Raymond. Now Raymond up to 6th place. And somebody lost. Was that Stu Jones? Yeah, I think Stu Jones has lost a couple spots. In fact, Jones now on pit road. So Stu was running up there, I believe, as high as 6th place. And it looks like the 27 of Jones out of Dublin, Ohio, has gone to pit road. That you just saw there, 2nd and 3rd in your Legends field, the red and yellow machine. The red car, that's Bobby Christensen, and Brian Pogue is in the 91, the bright yellow machine. There's 2nd and 3rd. Now we're getting late. We'll start keeping our eye on the starter stand. Looking forward to this Thunder Roadster race tomorrow. Just because of the size of the field, but just trying to see. I'd love to find out. I may try to go down there so I can tell you in the morning what the issue was with Moorhead. Yes, Stu Jones now, we said he lost a couple spots. He is on pit road with Grossman, Scott Hocking, and Derek Moorhead. So I'd like to find out what Moorhead's issue was. Hopefully it's something he can come back from and get back up on the front row. Or not on the front row, but back up to the front of this field. Tyler Atkinson out of Golden, Colorado continues to lead in NP01. He's right here. There's Legend 2nd and 3rd. I believe that is Atkinson coming up behind them. So a lot quicker prototype. Those guys will let him get. Look at the difference in the cars there. And now those guys want to battle for position. And is there enough room? 3 wide. Oh, boy. That's a tough spot to catch 2 cars battling for the lead. The prototype does a nice job. He just backs out. He says, you know what? I'm going to wait till I get to the roller coaster, another bit of straight track, and I'll make a safer pass there. Boy, he can't do it yet. And that's because those two legends are running for position. He just needs to be patient. This is a good spot here. He might be able to get them going down to turn number 16. But doing the very wise thing and being very, very patient, and understanding also that those two cars are racing for position. Doesn't want to get in there and mess up their race. But now he'll clear both of the Legends cars. And I'm pretty sure that was Atkinson in the 15 car. He had a gap of a lap. In fact, Seiler, the 99, may be on pit road. And now we see one of the Legends coming on to pit road. And that's Brian Pogue. In fact, no, Pogue may not make it to pit road. There is Brian Pogue sitting driver's right. And I tell you what, that's a tight place to be, because as I mentioned, when drivers are on full gas, they're using every bit of that to driver's right. So hopefully Pogue can kind of inch his way into the pit area, because not a place he wants to be sitting as we're into the closing stages. Let the drivers know where he is, but not too much to go in this event. Let's jump through real quick. We'll hit all four classes. Jason Ross, the 10, leads in Super Unlimited. We saw Tyler Atkinson just a moment ago. There you see the Legends car of Brian Pogue. So Pogue was running third, and like I say, not a great spot to come to a stop. Gary Tinker is leading in Thunder Roadster. Flag crew here, amazing at Ozarks International Raceway. So drivers will know there's something to keep an eye on before they get there. They'll be aware of his location. As we get a shot of a Thunder Roadster and Bobby Pugh's Legends car. Not a whole lot of time left in this one, so may just let that car sit there, become scenery. The drivers are aware and get to the finish. Gary Tinker, he started in third spot in Thunder Roadsters. He finds himself in the lead, but just 0.2 of a second. So Tinker and Dosh still doing a battle in Thunder Roadster. There is the Legends car. Everybody's been made aware of him now, so that's where he'll stay till we get done with this one. And we now have checkered flag. We need to see. I want to check and see, did Tinker and Dosh take the checkered? We still may have a battle on board for the Legends, for the Thunder Roadster win, because I don't know if Tinker and Dosh, yes, they did. Tinker and Dosh took the checkered flag. So at Super Unlimited, Jason Ross will win in the 10th. The 326 is John Hinsky and Jonathan Finstrom in the 2X. Your top two in prototype is Tyler Atkinson in the 15, the 99, Steven Seiler. The Legends, boy, Bobby Pugh went to the whip early and stayed on it. Big win over the 4C of Bobby Christensen and Brian Pogue, who ended up disabled there just at the entrance to pit road. Gary Tinker will hold off Jordan Dosh for first and second. John Spain started on the front row. He falls to third, and Jeff Stutler in the 00 is fourth. Shane Denny in car number 73. Denny will finish fifth, and Paul Raymond started 12th, came up to sixth place. Michael Rupp will finish in 13th spot. John Kyoto in the number 5 car is 8th, followed by Stu Jones in the 27. Nick Grossman in the 14. The 274 is Scott Hawking, and Derek Moorhead, who started on the pole, will finish 12th. He only competed a handful of laps and went to the pits early. So unofficial results from Group D. Everybody's going to go and go through tech, make these finishes official, and now we have starting lineups set for tomorrow. Tomorrow is championship day, and that is opening ceremonies at 8. Group B championship at 9:10. Group A at 11:10. Group D at 1:30. And Group C at 2:50 p.m. We've got some stories going into tomorrow. drivers that improved starting position, drivers who thought they had the cat by the tail coming into the race this morning, now have work to do tonight just to even maybe make the start tomorrow. Some drivers have been here, rolled in as early as Wednesday night. It all comes down to what happens here tomorrow. So we'll get down into the pit and paddock area, and we're going to talk to some of these drivers. Plus, earlier in the week, Kelsey caught up with a lot of the drivers to kind of talk about their preparation and getting ready here for this 2025 championships. Want to tell you about Riot. Riot pushes brands to reach their full potential, whatever it takes. Their full-service marketing team can handle all your customer touch points, from branding and packaging to video, digital marketing, and web development. NASA worked with Riot to brand and design the 2025 championships. Learn more about Riot at weareriot.com. Want to be a sponsored driver? Well, that's Livery. Livery is rewarding drivers every time they drive on track with NASA. HPDE, Time Trial, and Race Group all qualify for the new Driver Club program. Simply place Livery decals on your car, drive at a NASA event, and get rewarded with points to spend at the Livery web store. To learn more, visit the folks at Livery. Riot Motorsports. Riot operates a full-service race team and shop based at Burke Brothers Motorsports Park in Utah, offering full trackside support, arrive and drive programs, coaching and driver development, performance, modifications, wheels, tires, and more. You can learn more about Riot Motorsports at riotmotorsports.com. All of the sponsors who make this possible for these broadcasts and throughout the season for NASA. Cars are pulling into the impound area. We'll check with them in just a little bit. That's a lonely feeling sitting right there as everybody goes by and you're waiting to get the push back onto pit road. So good news is all of his buddies who he's racing legends with, they'll all get together, work on the car together, and I guarantee you, you'll see the yellow car back out tomorrow. So we're going to take a little break. We've got more coming up. Driver interviews, a preview of tomorrow. We'll be back live in just a little bit at Ozarks International Raceway.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
Thanks for filling in. Sorry, my flight was delayed.
All right, we're P1 with P2 rein us in. They were already on the wets. The track is wettest on the east side, specifically through turns 7 and 9. We're going to put you on intermediates to hold the gap. You need 157s to bring it home.
You got this.
There ain't no debate.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
And welcome back to the 2025 National Autosport Association Championships from Ozarks International Raceway. Qualifying day is complete. The field is set for Championship Sunday, which comes tomorrow. So the fields are set. The stories, though, are not all set. There's drivers who feel great this afternoon. They improved their starting position. They made their car faster. They feel better today than they did when they woke up this morning. And there are other drivers who feel worse. They woke up this morning in a good position. They liked their qualifying. They got into their qualifying race and things didn't go the way they wanted to. Now they've got more work to do tomorrow than they had planned on it. So that's the challenge of this qualifying day. Some drivers got better, some drivers got worse, but it does set the stage for tomorrow. Some drivers now will find themselves out of position. They might be starting deeper in the field tomorrow than they were based on their qualifying speed, only because of something weird that happened in the race today. It'll be a busy paddock and garage area tonight as well. Drivers go into the cars, what am I changing for tomorrow? But think about this, even the drivers that had a good day, they're going to think about what they can change because they know everybody else has made some changes as well. So it's just so much, like I say, it's so much going on, and it's such a mixed story that, I was thinking about it. Some of the best stuff that happens doesn't necessarily happen on the track. It happens off the track. It happens after the race or in between. And I mentioned Kelsey Hill has been here all week long, spending time getting those stories behind the stories, catching up. She's busy tomorrow as well because that is podium day where she's handing out all the trophies. So Kelsey's been busy today, but she is down in the impound area now. She's caught up with a couple of our drivers, and let's catch in with Kelsey. Kelsey, take it away.
Talk to some of these drivers and see how their race went for them. Hello there, Stu Jones.
Hey, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Talk to us about what it's like racing with these cars. We just saw incredible action out there on the track.
It is. Well, our group especially, there's a good group of people out there, and we're always within 0.8 of a second of each other, and it's good racing. I didn't have my best day. I'm about worn out. I competed in the Worlds. I pro bodybuilder. I competed at Worlds on Sunday.
Yeah.
Now I'm competing at Nationals here, and I think my body's just done in right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
Very physically demanding.
I got home from Worlds and drove here to get here, and I think that was about it on me.
Well,
but
were you having a good time?
I'm having a good time.
This
track's a lot of fun. It scares the heck out of me sometimes, but it's a lot of fun.
We've heard that. Well, you guys look great out there, so thanks so much.
Thank
and
you.
Good luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Let's see what we've got going on over here with these guys. Let's chat with some of our prototype guys. Can we chat with you guys about your experience just now on this track?
Yep.
For the live stream, we're here with our awesome new live stream where people can actually go through and choose all the cameras on all the corners and follow the car they want to see racing or the pack that's going through. So it's been really cool for our viewers at home. So if you have a minute, just introduce yourself, what class you're in, and where you're from.
Yep, I'm Tyler. I'm in the NPO1 class and from Denver, Colorado.
Awesome.
I'm Steve. I'm in the NPO1 class, also from Colorado, Fort Collins.
Awesome. So you guys race a lot at home back in Colorado. A lot of competition between the two of you. Talk about this weekend. Do you feel like you're up against each other again, or there's some different people introduced to this aspect here out on the track?
Yeah, no, I think we're always pushing each other. Steve has been here a few times, and every time he comes, he's a little bit faster. And then I've been here twice with him, and I get faster every time, and he gets faster every time. Or kind of figure out where each other, who's faster in what section, and then figure it out that way.
That's awesome. Talk to us about these cars. Everyone's seen them out there. What's it like driving a spaceship, as the public says?
The spaceship, yeah. This it's what's called a prototype. So some of the other spaceship type cars, high downforce. This one has low horsepower compared to those other spaceships. But you just carry the speed through the corners, and it's fun corner.
Yeah, absolutely. We've heard it from some other people. The downforce obviously makes this a really fun and fast track for you guys out there with that part. A lightweight car, a lot of power, just letting you dip and dive through all those turns that are here at Ozarks. What are you guys looking for tomorrow in the last race? Excited? A little nervous about impound? How you feeling?
No, I'm very excited. This is my first national championship race, so very excited. I had to add some ballast because I was going to be underweight, so I hope that stays after the 45-minute race, but it should be fun.
That's awesome. And for you?
Yeah, I'm here just to try to keep up with him and have fun. It's a blast. My lap times are dropping, and just having a blast.
That's great. Well, it looks like they're looking for you, the officials. Maybe you stopped to see, so good luck tomorrow.
All right.
We'll be catching you guys tomorrow as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's catch up with this big group of guys over here. Having a great time. Lots of laughs, lots of smiles. How's everybody doing? Great. We've got our last NASA Live going right now with our new live stream that we set up and we built for our fans at home. And so they can go ahead and they can look at every corner. We've got cameras all around this track. Talk about your race between you guys out there in your vehicles.
Oh, it was wonderful. Brian and Bobby got a bad start, so I got to chase down the Thunders and race with a few of them.
Yeah.
Which is my goal for today, is just try to pass as many Thunder Roadsters as I could. Passed quite a few of them, and then I bumped off the track and tore up a tie rod, so I just kind of
took it easy.
Made a finish, yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Little
great.
repairs tonight you got coming your way. We had a great time yesterday catching with you and the other guys in Legend Cars. So we are going to go ahead and get ready to see. We've got a video of you guys that we had yesterday. So we'll have our guys in the booth cue that up. Outside of tonight, doing a couple little baby repairs. What are you looking for tomorrow?
Just hopefully a dry race.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to drive a little more patient. It's a longer race, so I got to pace myself and not try to be so aggressive.
That'd be good. Well, hey, it's a hard track not to be aggressive on speed pace and speed performance.
Absolutely.
Thanks for taking the time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and watch that video so you guys can see more about the Legends group and learn about these amazing cars that are out here. Can't really see them right now. One of the little red ones is right there. It is a really cool opportunity for these guys to get out there and race. They're moving into Impound. We'll see you guys back here at Impound right after you watch this cool video. We're at the 2025 NASA Championships. We're so excited to be here with Thunder Roadster guys. We had so much fun with them, interviewing them at the last races. I cannot wait to hear about the new things that have happened. So give us a rundown about your region that you guys come from and who's here with these vehicles.
Okay. Our Legend cars are from the Texas region. We're all from Oklahoma City area, Stillwater, Oklahoma City. And
you can come join us.
We pretty much race everywhere.
Yeah.
We just load up and race around the country, wherever Doc schedules us to go.
That's awesome.
That's where we go.
Very cool. Well, I'm going to do a quick intros with each of you gentlemen. So give us your name and which one of these beautiful cars belongs to you.
My name's Bobby Pugh. I drive the black number 3 car.
And you're the ringleader of this endeavor.
Well, no, I'm the one that gets to help work on them all the time.
Yes, we definitely have questions for you about what we were working on. We've got here today.
Brian Pogue, Oklahoma City. I drive the little yellow car.
It's perfect. And last but not least, come on over.
Hello.
Hi. Give us your name and where you're from.
Bobby Christensen from Oklahoma City, and I drive the 5C red car.
Perfect. So last time we caught up with you guys, it was really cool to learn about these. Talk about the motors that are in these vehicles.
Here's our motor man.
Oh.
We run Suzuki Hayabusa motors.
They're Suzuki Hayabusa motors. We do some modifications to them because the motorcycle doesn't weigh near as much as the cars do. So we make them a little bit stronger. We tune them down just a little bit so that we can make them last longer. They're real efficient cars. We're struggling a little bit with the number 5C right now, but we had some fuel issues yesterday and I kind of messed it up. But I think we're back to going the right way now. So
awesome, so fun. So have any of you been to Ozarks before today, or is this your first time, or this weekend? Is this your first time?
It's our fourth go round, fourth weekend. Yeah.
Very awesome. So talk to us about this course and these cars. You know, some people may think, oh, it's a smaller car, it makes the course easier. Some people will think, oh man, they can't be getting around this quite as effectively. What is your take on this car at Ozarks?
I don't think there's probably any car here that this course is easy for. But ours, it runs well. We've got a short wheelbase. Down the back roller coaster, that car gets really squirrely when you go over the top of the hills. So you just got to be careful and hit our marks.
Excellent. We heard a lot about the compression factor. Are you guys finding that you're hitting the bottom when you're coming through those big compressions? Or are you kind of just cruising because you're a little bit smaller wheelbase, you get a little more bounce?
No, there's plenty of compression when you go to the bottom. And actually our cars lift when you go over the top. Our car nearly comes off the ground.
Wow.
So we have to be careful to chase our car. It's a true roller coaster for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And did you guys do any certain setup changes or things to adapt to Ozarks? You're kind of keeping it consistent throughout the different places that you race.
We've been running these cars for 25 plus years, so we've kind of got them figured out, but we've been here 4 times. Brian did a little bit of spring change on his car, I think, maybe before this weekend, but for the most part, we kind of had it tuned in. We kind of knew what we wanted. We just got to get the 5C car where it's shifting better and doesn't cut out. Get Brian's springs a little bit adjusted so he doesn't scrub the tires, and I think we'll have fun. We just want to outrun those GTR cars, those Thunder Roadsters. They're going a little faster than we are today.
Yeah, so we look at the Legends cars, look at the Thunder Roadsters. What do you think people should be looking out for when they're watching this live broadcast and seeing the racing in action this weekend?
Well, I think there's a lot of passing. in our cars. We pass a lot in tight spots, so I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, we tend to accelerate off the corners faster. They go into the corners faster, so they'll get beside us in the corner, then we can sometimes out drag race them going up out of the corner. So exit speed's better, entry speed is worse.
When we're looking at these cars, one thing we love to do with this broadcast in particular, these little videos we put together, is talk to people about getting involved with you all, joining you in these Legends cars. How can someone go about joining this awesome looking race car lifestyle that you guys are doing so well?
We try to get them to start out in a spec car. It's kind of hard for somebody to jump in one of these that has 170 plus horsepower, but they make a spec Legends car that has 125. They learn that car, and then they can get up to this right here. If not, they're going to tear a lot of parts up. So, but Russ from the Mid-American region is driving a Legends car now, and they're trying to gather some guys to drive with them, and that'd be a great place to start, is get a hold of Donna or Russ, and they're trying to get a Legends group going, and then we'll try to help them move forward from there.
I love that. Yeah, every year I see you guys, I think about it myself, and got to clean a little out of the garage, put more in. So one day I'll be out here joining you.
Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd love to actually talk with you guys also about the fact that you're racing each other. You're obviously friends. Your families are close. Who's the predicted out of the three of you to be on top? Are you guys going to run side by side through that finish line?
You know, youth tends to help. Bobby's the fastest by quite a bit, and he's just a very good driver, and his skill level is higher than probably what Brian and I is, but he's got 20 years on us too, so age does make a difference, but also he's always been very good.
Excellent. Well, we're very excited to see all of you out there. I've got one more fun thing we're doing this weekend, and we are having a magic 8-ball that we're asking everybody to ask it one question. It can be fun, it can be serious, and see what the cards hold for you.
Ask it a question?
Yes.
Is that number 5C car going to run good today?
It says, it is decidedly so.
Hey.
All right.
I want to pass 14 Thunder Roadsters. Is that going to happen?
14 Thunder Roadster, we're coming for you. Magic 8 Ball says. It is also decidedly so.
Awesome.
And your question, sir?
Are you sure the 5C car is going to run good today?
We're going to double check with the 8 Ball. It says, my sources say yes. We love this. You guys have done an awesome job with this. I love seeing you guys out here every year. We love seeing on the broadcast. So thank you so much for your time and your talents. And we'll see you out there.
Thank you.
Marshall Mosti?
Mosty.
We're here at the NASA Tech Group, and we've got Marshall Mosti here. Thank you so much for taking some time out of your schedule to join us.
You're welcome.
Awesome. So Marshall's here. He is the race group director for one of our groups here at NASA. So talk about the group that you're the race director for.
So I'm the race director for Super Unlimited, MPO1, Thunder Roadster, and the Legends cars.
Excellent. We've got some cars starting up behind us, so that's great. Let's go. We'll step this way just so we're not in the background. Get a little more sound here. We just watched those guys have a great battle out on track. We talked to a couple of drivers as well as they got their over there, asking if they were nervous about impound and tech and those kind of things. What's your role when looking at your race classes to make sure that they're all compliant this weekend?
So race classes from a race director perspective, I'm looking for really the on-track performance and behavior of the drivers. I'm making sure that they are following yellow flags, following if we have black flags, if they have body contact, that they're coming in reporting that, so then I can pull video so I can see who is at fault, and then if there are penalties to assess, I can properly adjudicate that for both of the racers involved.
Right, so you're, as far as I race as well, for the racer side, you're the guy you don't want to talk to when you're maybe at fault, but if you're not at fault, you definitely want to have him have a good decision.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That is so great. What kind of things do you use? I know we can't just go by what everybody says happened out there. What else are you using to help make those decisions?
So as far as when body contact comes into play or passing under yellow, any on-track infringement, we're really relying on not only what the racers say, also corner worker information, but ultimately it's the in-car video that we pull from the drivers. Thankfully, NASA put in a couple of years ago about needing a forward-facing camera, so that's critical for my ability to properly ensure that the cars they did what they did based on what the drivers say. so I can get it right. Because the last thing I want to do is penalize somebody for something they didn't do, but I want to make sure it's really about keeping people safe. So if I can show them what they didn't do correctly, then maybe they won't make that mistake in the future. And it's about keeping everybody safe, making sure everybody's on a fair playing field, and then everybody ends up having fun at the end of the weekend.
Yes, and absolutely. I think, when I've been in impound, unfortunately, and had to talk to the race director, some of those things, having that other perspective, looking not just at your own in-car, but seeing the other angles really does make a difference. You realize I had room, or they'd had room, I let the door be a little bit open. I think those are things we love to see ourselves, and having a truly neutral party like yourselves who is looking at safety is so important for drivers.
Right. I certainly use any of the times that I have to talk to the drivers as a teaching moment. I was a racer myself. I raced American Iron for 13 years, so I've almost been on the giving and receiving end of any penalty that you could get. So I can certainly understand where the racers are coming from, and it's really just a learning tool to make sure they get better and safer along their racing journey with NASA.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we just saw some really close racing out there. Have you been seeing certain places where really close to contact with these, especially the Thunderers, they were just out there doing such a great job together, packed up the whole way, and the MPO cars as well. When you're looking at those two cars from a race director standpoint, how are you able to kind of look at those when they're so different from each other?
So from the difference of the cars, NASA's done a really good job with parity within the class to make sure if there are available options for the cars that everybody ends up at the end of the day being equal to where they can race nice, close, and tight. And the Thunder Roadster guys, they brought, it's the largest field that we have this weekend, and they certainly bring a good show.
Yeah, we saw it. It's great. I don't know if you know, but we just launched our Champs Live out there, and so the NASA Champs Live is so cool. People can watch every single corner and follow those packs around. So we got a lot of energy and excitement from people. So thanks for keeping us safe out there.
Yes, my pleasure.
Thanks for having great racing, and also thanks for letting the drivers do what they do.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Marshall.
All right.
All right, we're going to swing around this way. We've got a couple cars here in compliance, and you can see here what's happening here is these cars are coming in. People are looking at everything. Some of the stuff Marshall talked about as well, making sure that everything with this car in that group is compliant, and that's where that car should be. So aside from that part, we're looking at some more things as well, and I'm so excited actually before we throw it back to Edwin at the booth to talk with Donna.
Hi there, how are you?
For those who don't know Miss Donna Lane, she is just the best thing ever. She has been an amazing hostess this weekend.
Oh.
So thank you for opening up your region to us,
it's
and
my
your
pleasure.
home here at the Ozarks as well. And we're here on the live stream, so if you want to say anything to your fellow Mid-America folks and the other NASA racers, now's the time.
Well, I want to say first, it's good to see you. It's been exactly
I
a
know.
year we did this interview in Utah. So, Hi, everybody. I want to say we are so ecstatic about having the NASA 2025 championships in NASA Mid-America at Ozarks International Raceway. Drivers are having a blast. The feedback we're hearing and getting is just over the top. We feel blessed and lucky to have such a prestigious event here, and just are grateful is the word for Randy and I for today. It's just extremely grateful.
Absolutely. I can't say we're so grateful also to be here, Donna. You've been just so lovely. You and Randy together, JR here at the Ozarks track. It has been an amazing experience to be here for this. I've gotten a chance to go out and do some laps. I can't wait to come join you in your region at our next races. So thank you for everything. We'll catch up with you this weekend, and thanks for taking time to pop on.
Guys, come out if you want to see some great racing. Some of the best cars in the country are on this track this weekend, starting tomorrow. We can't wait to see you. Come see us, come see the track, and enjoy a great motorsports event.
Great. Thanks so much, Donna.
Good to see you.
All right,
guys.
we're going to throw us back to Edwin in the booth, and we'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.
Well, good to see Donna. Boy, they've been nothing but wonderful hosts since we've been here. Well, the table is set. Qualifying is complete. The grids are set for tomorrow, and dinner is served. It's Championship Sunday coming your way tomorrow. 4 championship races, 45-minute races, and we'll hand out a ton of hardware when it's all done. People have worked all year to get here. Drivers have towed from across the country. Other folks, this is in their own backyard. They feel like maybe they got a little home field advantage. Well, all of that comes together. The drivers that improved today, they're excited. They wish it was morning already. The drivers who have work to do tonight, they know they'll burn some midnight oil in the garage area to get ready for tomorrow. But we'll bring it all to you. So we're going to wrap it up. It's been a great day here, and we've got more coming up as the weekend rolls on. You've been watching the 2025 National Autosport Association Championships from the Ozarks International Raceway. Special thanks to Hawk Performance, Toyo Tires, TrackDayTire.com, OG Racing, Action Sports Canopies, Lifeline Fire, Haggerty Motorsports, Toyota, Midland USA, Livery, Riot, and Riot Motorsports. For everybody that joined us on the NASAChamps.live site, thank you so much. We got a busy day tomorrow, and we're going to be back on the air starting at 7:45. Opening ceremonies at 8. Cars will be on track getting ready for the 9:10 a.m., our first championship. Group B at 9:10 tomorrow after an 8 a.m. opening ceremony. I'm Edwin Pardue for Kelsey Hill for the gang. You don't know how many people are behind the cameras and in here making all of this look beautiful. They've done a wonderful job. Be with us tomorrow. We'll go championship racing. But for now, so long from Ozarks International Raceway.